Who's that woman standing up? All right. Good afternoon and welcome to bill hearings for the House Health and Government Operations Committee. I'm your chairman, Jocelyn Peña-Milnick, joined by my vice chair, Bonnie Collison. We're going to go through some very quick rules here. First of all, if we encounter any technical or streaming issues, please be patient. We'll fix it. Will you be so kind, and I'm going to start with me, and place your phone on vibrate so that you're not embarrassed with some funky merengue music, okay? As a reminder, there's no food or drink in the gallery. You will see us here have some drinks, and that's because we're here for hours and we need to stay hydrated. For each bill, you're going to hear from the bill sponsor and the sponsor panel. I have decided in this committee not to time the sponsor, but please don't take 20 minutes, 25 minutes. Like, be sensible. Not even more than 5 minutes, okay? Everyone else will get a two minute, the witnesses, and there's a timer that is displayed on the screen. And when it goes off, don't make me be rude. Please wrap it up yourself and finish your sentence. I try to be fair here. So if I have a lot of favorable, I'll stop, do a panel, and go to an unfavorable panel so that you can have some balance as well. For my committee here, I thank you for the work you're doing. You guys are working hard and for making this a priority. And please adhere to one question, your best question now, because we have a lot of bills. Do not start with a story, just go straight to the question, okay? Members of the public will be able to view us on live stream on the General Assembly website and on YouTube. I do want to welcome a new delegate. We're very blessed to have a new member for this committee, and I'd like her to introduce herself. Can you please put her light on?
Thank you, Chair, and members of the gallery. Glad to see you here, so many of you. So I am Delegate Ross, and literally just at 24 hours as a delegate, I was sworn in just yesterday. But I'm really happy to be here. I love the work that's taken up within this committee. I have a lot of respect for the people in this room. And thank you.
Well, welcome. Anything that we can do for you, let us know. Every member here would really go out of their way to make sure you're comfortable and you have what you need, okay? You're now part of our family. I'm going to go through the bill hearings, and today we're joined by an amazing chair of another committee, Economic Matters, Delegate Wilson. And Delegate Wilson, I'm going to go with you first. Can you please come up? And it's state procurement worker residency requirement, and we're jointly assigned with Health and Government and Economic Matters. Can you introduce yourself, please? Yes.
Delegate Chris Valderrama, Prince George's.
Delegate Jesse Pippi with this guy.
All right, and welcome, and if you have any questions, please let me know, okay?
Madam Chair, if you wouldn't mind, I was going to, because it had such a phenomenal fiscal note, I was going to have my aide do it. He wanted to testify in front
absolutely.
of a committee.
Yes.
He's seen how we do it in ECM. I wanted to show him how other committees can be very kind and gentle. So if I can let Gage do the testify.
Absolutely. Let's start with you, and welcome.
Thank you.
So this is House Bill 957. Will you give us your name? You don't have 2 minutes here. It's not time, so you can explain it, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of HGO. I am Gabriel Tuckhorn, and I'm here on behalf of Delegate C.T. Wilson. Yes, ma'am. All right. I'm here to provide testimony in support of House Bill 957, a bill establishing worker residency requirements for state-funded projects in Maryland. Maryland invests millions of dollars annually into its public infrastructure, but far too often these funds benefit out-of-state workers rather than supporting homegrown talent. HB 957 directly addresses this by requiring state contractors to prioritize hiring Maryland residents for a significant percentage of work hours on state-funded projects. By establishing clear worker residency requirements for contractors on the projects we outline in this bill, HB 957 will boost our local economy, create jobs for Marylanders, and invest in our future. I want to highlight a few key provisions. This bill applies to state contracts of at least $500,000, so we're centering our attention on contractors with a significant state presence, helping to ensure the most meaningful impact on the state. In addition to the worker residency requirements, the inclusion of apprenticeship hour requirements is a significant step towards developing our skilled workforce by requiring a certain percentage of apprenticeship hours to be performed by state residents. This bill will encourage contractors to invest in Marylanders for in-demand trades, creating more stable, well-paying jobs for our residents. The focus on new apprentices further strengthens this commitment to workforce development. And as an alternative to fulfilling the requirements, contractors can contribute to a registered apprenticeship program, providing flexibility while still supporting apprenticeship opportunities throughout the state. Building on that, the financial penalties for noncompliance are allocated to the State Apprenticeship Training Fund, creating a powerful incentive for contractor adherence and further bolstering our workforce development. HB 957 is a common sense measure that will provide critical investment for Maryland's workforce and economic future. We simply believe that contracted work done in the state for the state should be done by the state. We've made sure in this bill that contractors either use Marylanders or support Marylanders' future. I urge the committee to favorably report HB 957. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Excellent testimony. Very well done.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, if I may briefly just intercede.
Absolutely.
Only because there are some letters, I think MDOT came in opposed, and there's a financial cost. I guess I'm still trying to wrap my mind around how difficult it is to hire Marylanders for these jobs. And the big problem is, again, and they talk about the fiscal note, the only goal here is to make sure that if you're not able to hire Marylanders, that you're paying into an apprentice fund, so the next time around, there will be Marylanders to work. And I know it's always frustrating because you think you have a good idea and then there's bad fiscal times and looking at the fiscal note. And I know that this committee has a lot to deal with, but I just want to, understand the importance. I don't normally name my bills because I was going to call this the Maryland First Act, but it gets kind of corny after a while to the new people here, very corny. But I just wanted to make it clear that although there was a fiscal note, which I really don't understand, and I don't understand how MDOT says they can't comply, then, maybe if we want to, excuse MDOT from the bill, but I do believe it's a good direction to start focusing on Maryland.
Thank you. I'm going to open it up, Delegate, to questions now. Are there questions for the delegate? I see Delegate Hill, followed by Vice Chair Collison. Delegate Hill.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for being here. And I guess I should direct the question to your intern or fellow.
Yes, ma'am.
We see bills often that talk about preferences one county to another, and the question that always comes up is, are we setting up a fight that Maryland-based businesses won't be able to go to other states? So can you address that, please? Well,
in the bill, we do have the ability for contractors to simply pay into a apprenticeship program, certified apprenticeship program within the state if they aren't able to comply. We know there will be some issues in Western Maryland, some issues on the Eastern Shore because of the type of workers that they need, but that's why we have that option for them.
If I may add in, DC already does this. I just stole this idea from the district. This is something they've been doing, and they're much smaller with a much smaller workforce, and they've been successful at it.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Collison.
Question answered.
Any other questions? So I have, because you do not get an opportunity to reply when you hear an unfavorable, I'm going to go through just what some of the letter of information from the Maryland Department of Transportation. It states that HB 957 requirement could further restrict our limited pool of contractors. And they said that it could impact federal funding for these projects. How will you address that?
And again, honestly, it's not what I want to do, but I'm fine with if we want to exclude MDOT contracts to begin with. I'm more than fine. I do disagree, and I don't understand how it would affect our federal requirements because, again, DC has been doing this. Now, granted, I think all the roads in DC are federal roads, but I may be mistaken. They're able to pull this off with a much smaller workforce than we have. But again, if it's this committee's intent, I just would like to get something like this started. If MDOT believes that they cannot comply, and I guess the discussion is paying into a fund in addition to hiring out-of-state employees. It just doesn't hurt me. I don't know how else to say that, because they're basically saying that when we bring people, in my committee, I get a lot of people from New Jersey telling me about these great union ideas, and none of my constituents of this state are going to benefit. So if this committee deems it so, if we need to exclude MDOT even though that's a large chunk, it's a start.
And then two other letters I'm going to go through so that you have an opportunity to address it. Is the Maryland Athletic Association. It says that it will limit our contractors' ability to hire the most qualified or available workforce. This will negatively impact smaller companies. And they say that should the employer not be available to meet the residency requirement due to a labor shortage, the bill imposes penalty, which is highly concerning. How will you address that?
And again, I think their concern is exactly my concern. The fact that they're stating that there's not enough qualified workers in Maryland, well, that's part of the problem, and that's what the apprenticeship program is supposed to be for, to make sure we have those. And there's a lot of individuals that may not be able to go to college, but they can definitely thrive on construction. But these opportunities are never provided because they're taken by out-of-state individuals who are oftentimes paid way less than they're paid for in Maryland. And I know that because when you get that contract and you can bring a New Jersey worker, they have a way lower pay scale than we do. So they're able to take advantage of out-of-state workers and not raise a strong workforce in Maryland.
And these concerns, the Maryland Transportation Builders and Materials Association had the same concerns as well. Those are the three letters that we had.
Yeah, and I thank you, Madam Chair. I was able to review them, and again, they kind of feed into my problem. This sounds like a problem that needs to be resolved because Maryland does have enough people. We have plenty of people who are not going to be attending college, and depending on what the feds do, there may be no FAFSAs to fill out next year. So there will be some training necessary. These apprenticeships may be our next window or door for these young individuals to go through, but they're never going to be opened if they can go out of state and hire individuals from other states.
Thank you, Delegate. I appreciate you. Are there any other questions? Oh, Delegate Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the bill. Now, I agree with hiring Maryland workers. So you said they did this in D.C., they're doing this. Do you know if they felt the physical impacts that they're talking about in this fiscal note?
None that I have heard. No, there's been no complaints. And again, they have a much smaller workforce than we do, especially when it comes to the construction side, but they're still able to do it. And granted, in their building, a lot of people are paying that extra bit to the apprenticeship program, and they're building their next generation of workers so they won't have a problem in 5 years, in 10 years.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much. Oh, I'm sorry, Delegate Woods.
I was after the fact.
You were after the fact,
I was
okay.
after the fact. Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to, first of all, congratulate you. That was a wonderful presentation. And to the delegate, I want to say that it has always been very disturbing to me to see people bring people in here from other states, put them up in hotels, and pay them to do the work that we are very capable of doing. Would you agree?
1,000%, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Ross.
I agree too with the comment she just made. It really was exactly what I was going to say. I think you're on track with the spirit of what you're trying to do. Just curious though, for DC or other jurisdictions who have done this, do you know of any other penalty or maybe any other incentive that maybe they tried short of a fine?
Well, I think when you start doing set-asides, you create that interstate commerce issue, which is so, like, you know, with the carrot and a stick kind of thing. It's hard to put out a carrot because it becomes an interstate commerce issue versus this isn't that, because you can be a Maryland company and not be able to hire enough Maryland workers, so it doesn't violate interstate commerce. So I'm always very careful of doing that, which is why we chose, and you don't have to call it a penalty, you can call it an incentive, you can just call it a payback or a write-down, however you want to call it, which just says that you're going to pay into this apprentice fund if you're hiring people from out of this state.
Can I ask you a question, Delegate? How long has DC been doing it?
I'd be lying if I said I knew, but I can get back with you.
All right, may I ask you, I'm going to give, if I may, some homework for the amazing speaker here that presented. Will you please call the DC office, find out if they can give you how long they have been doing it, any feedback, any record, any data that they have, please, can you provide that to our committee? And if you would be so kind, provide it to, actually, the entire committee. And I know Chair Kerr and our attorney, Ms. Rode here, will look at it, all right, so that the subcommittee can consider it. Okay?
Yes, Madam Chair, no problem.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. And you have a wonderful, blessed day. And you're welcome here anytime.
Thank you so
All
much.
right?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. I'm going to call.
Madam Chair, it's a very different experience for him to see a kind, soft committee. I think he's still in shock from what he's hearing, so thank you.
So I'm going to call an unfavorable, so you can listen to, if he wants to listen to Mr. Kevin O'Keefe, so that we're balanced, and then we'll go back to the two favorables that we have left. I don't want to be in your seat, I tell you. Just kidding. How are you?
Good.
Good to see you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name's Kevin O'Keefe. I'm here on behalf of the Independent Electrical Contractors Chesapeake, which is headquartered in Laurel, Maryland. We represent 200 contractor organizations, and we have about 1,000 electrical apprentices. So we definitely support efforts to get more apprentices in Maryland. And we also support having Maryland workers on these projects. And we do not support bringing people in to stay in hotels to do the projects. But because of the geography of Maryland, if you think about it, we're near West Virginia, we're near Washington, D.C., we're near Delaware, we're near Pennsylvania. There's a flexibility and movement of workers and contractors. So for that reason, we think it's better to keep it as it is, although I think we probably on many projects exceed any of the goals for local Maryland workers. But we just think that it's better to keep the flexibility. And one other point is on page 4 of the bill, there's a lines 20 to 22, there's a penalty for a 5-year debarment if there's been 2 violations within a 10-year period. So 10 years, I think, is a long time if you have 2 violations, and 5 years is a long time to be debarred for that. So for those reasons, we oppose the bill, but we definitely support the intent of the sponsor to both increase Maryland residents working on projects and increase apprentices in Maryland.
Thank you for your testimony. Open it up for questions now. I see Vice Chair Collison.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
Hi, Kevin. It's been a while since we've seen you. So you mentioned that we already hit targets for Maryland workers. Are there, and I'm sorry, I don't know that section of the law very well. Are there actual targets?
Well, I don't know, but I think a lot of our contractors do use Maryland residents. So I'm just saying there's a flexibility that we would want because of the mobility of both where work's done and where people live. Because, we're a region where we're near a bunch, next to 5 jurisdictions.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome. Delegate Kaiser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kevin, good to see you.
Good to see you.
My question, I appreciate the point you're making about the 5 bordering states, but one of the other points you made near the end of what you said was that you support the goal of this. Do you see another way to get to this, to ensure that state contracts are going to companies hiring state workers?
I think there are probably a lot of contractors do utilize state workers. But what I'm just saying is in terms of because of the mobility in the region, that I think sometimes you need flexibility. Like an example would be, let's say you have a number of, you have a Maryland worker on your project and he leaves for some reason. He moves or he gets sick and he's replaced by a non-Maryland worker. I mean, that could happen. And it could happen the other way too.
If I could, Madam Chair. My question was, you said there's other ways to go about ensuring that we have Maryland workers. So what might those other ways be?
just hire Maryland workers.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean,
All right, I mean, thank you.
okay, maybe I should have said it the way I did, but
All right, so we have Delegate Woods, followed by Delegate Johnson, followed by Shalega, followed by Chisholm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I guess I want to kind of piggyback on my colleague because I know for a fact, and specifically in my district, it has been a lament of many people there that we see contractors constantly come in from outside of the state when there are, in fact, a significant number of unemployed persons in Prince George's County, Maryland, that are seeking the same type of employment that is coming. That's one concern. The second concern is I have to wonder about what is the expense of bringing these people from out of state, putting them up in hotels, paying them. Are they getting paid? Would they be being paid the same amount of money as the Maryland workers? Like, I'm a little baffled because it seems like there has to be a significant amount of monies being paid to these people who are coming from out of state when you have people right in the state who are seeking employment. And I can speak for Prince George's County, Maryland, where that has been a serious articulated concern.
right, I don't think our contractors are not ones that are doing that in terms of we are local, regional based and many Maryland based contractors. So I'm just thinking if there might be workers from Virginia, Northern Virginia, or Washington, D.C., or Pennsylvania or Delaware that are working on certain projects. So it's a regional. It's not we're bringing in people that to put up in hotels. That's all. The workforce, because of the geography and the mobility of people, is from different regions.
Okay, I don't know that answer. I'm not going to ask any further questions. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
I have Johnson, followed by Shalega, then Chisholm, and Taveras.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. O'Keefe. I see this bill as solving a couple issues for Maryland. Number one, it's putting Marylanders to work. Number two, those same Marylanders are putting money back into Maryland economy instead of making money here and going home out of state, spending it in those economies. So is it the 5 years? If the 5 years, if the two penalties within a 10-year period, if those parameters would change, would that make you more favorable on the bill?
Well, I mean, I think, as I said, we just trying to emphasize the mobility of the workforce in the region.
All right.
But yes, I mean, I do think that's a harsh penalty.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Shalega, followed by Chisholm.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Having worked in the construction industry myself for 40 years, it was always our desire to hire local people. Do you think that's what the members of your organization would say?
Yes.
And I can't think of a time that we tried to not hire Maryland labor. Do you think that's true?
Yes.
And with regard to apprenticeships, you know, my friend across the aisle, across the room here, you know, said, how are we going to get more Maryland workers? What would you say about increasing trade schools in high school? Do you think that would help us get more instead of creating this other apprenticeship?
Absolutely. We support apprenticeships and pre-apprenticeships in high schools and get people in at a young age.
Right, where we used to do that. I mean, I'm not that old. When I was in high school, a boy I dated was in an electrical program in Severn Park High, which was not a trade school. So, you know, I'm sure your organization has worked to try to create more opportunity for young people starting in high school, not post-high school. Would that be true?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Delegate Schlegel's point, go Falcons. So I did look it up. DC does not have a mandated residency requirement. What they use is a first source agreement, which is what I would assume that most companies are using, meaning Maryland residents are going to be your first source. It's because you want people closer to home. My concern with this bill is, you know, it's my 7th year on procurement, and it seems to have a litany of problems, most specifically for the smaller guys. Getting in, it's almost like a good old boy network, and it doesn't seem to change much. Don't you think this would put an undue burden on the smaller guys, because you have to meet even more and more high standards now? So now the good old boy network becomes even more entrenched and makes it tougher. Would you agree with my thought process?
Yes, on page 4 of the fiscal note, small business effect, it says on the bottom, the bill creates additional barriers to the participation of small business in state procurement, as small businesses often lack resources to ensure compliance with the bill's complex residency requirements, or they would have to make payments to the traineeship fund. So yes, I mean, I think the fiscal note lies out your concerns.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a quick question. What's your opinion with regards to having out-of-state companies with out-of-state workers? What's the likelihood of having greater opportunity or for wage theft?
I don't have an opinion on that, but as I said earlier, I'm just talking about the immediate region. I don't think our members are hiring people and putting them in hotels from far away, but just if you're working and you live in Northern Virginia or Washington, D.C., you know, that's where the mobility comes in.
All right, I don't see any other questions. Thank you so much for being patient and for everyone that's waiting. We're going to go now to two favorable witnesses, Sean Malone and Ray Baker. Will you please come up together? And those are the last witnesses for this bill.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
To get started.
I'll defer. All right, this is a great day. We're testifying together. On behalf of the Associated Builders and Contractors and Maryland Minority Contractors, my name is Sean Malone. Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, we testify in support of this bill. This bill makes a lot of sense for Maryland. It's a common sense bill, and it's actually capped on small projects. It's projects over $500,000 up to $5 million. So this is not, we're not talking about the biggest projects in the state, but it's a really good place to start and focus about getting Maryland workers on the jobs, as well as an apprenticeship goal. Now, we may, talk to the sponsor, and I know this committee likes work groups, participate in a work group to work on some of the percentages with regard to this project. But the intent of this bill lines up with the contractors that I represent, who are Maryland-based contractors, both MMCA out of Baltimore City, as well as Associated Builders and Contractors. We think this is a doable bill. We think this is positive. And as was pointed out, if we get Maryland workers on the job, that money is returned into our economy. We essentially get a discount on the public works jobs that we do by putting forth. The Associated Builders and Contractors, MMCA, our partners in labor, have worked really hard to beef up our apprentice programs. We have an apprentice training fund that is helped programs flourish across the state, pre-apprentice as well as apprentice, returning citizen programs. We've seen a significant increase over the past 14 years of that law has been in place. We believe this bill, with some slight tweaks, will have a similar effect. I think the chairman was correct when he said if people are saying we have to go out of state to find our workers, then we have a significant problem that we have the capacity to solve within the state. This is not a mandate. If you bid on the contract, you agree to do it, and if you can't do it, you make a contribution to the fund. We could work on that contribution, but I think the bones are here for an excellent bill. With that, we testify in support.
Madam Chair, committee, my name is Ray Baker. I'm the Maryland Director of the Baltimore, D.C. Building Trades, and we testify favorably for this. As our friends in the construction industry and contractors are alluding to, we are excited about opportunities to help grow the Maryland workforce, particularly through the construction trades and the building trades. The building trades partnered in our Raising the Bar pre-apprenticeship program. I heard Delegate Schlager reference the pre-apprenticeship in some of the schools. We're happy to get in the schools as soon as we can. But we've also been raising a new community of apprentices that will do the vital work of rebuilding the state of Maryland and the construction work in the state. We support the legislation because, particularly given the precarious situation federally, we know that a lot of things the resources are being redirected toward the state. And if we can employ Marylanders, if we can train Marylanders from as far parts of Western Maryland to the Eastern Shore, down to Southern Maryland, to the top of the state, we can then, as my colleague here testifying with me alluded to, reinvest in that state to help bridge the gaps and some of the financial hurdles that we see ourselves in. And we believe that Maryland does have the workforce, and the building trades are excited to train the next group of workforce. And that we hope that your support of this bill gives us the opportunity to do so. With that, we urge a favorable report from the committee.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this panel? Delegate Taveras. And then Kaiser.
Thank you for the gentleman representing the building trades. I'll ask you the same question that I asked the previous panelists. What's your opinion of out-of-state businesses coming in with out-of-state workers? The likelihood of them committing wage theft?
Thank you.
Based on the experience of your union.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the question, Delegate. We are opposed to and hostile to all forms of wage theft. We do not discriminate when they're bringing in out-of-state workers or when they're thieving from Maryland workers in the event of wage theft. And so when asked, do I think that there's a greater opportunity for or lesser opportunity regarding out-of-state workers? Admittedly, we are agnostic on that because we try to progressively pursue wage theft wherever we may see or observe it or our organizers identify it. I don't intend to skirt your question, Delegate, but I do want to dramatize to the committee that our larger concern is wage theft wherever we see it affecting any of our members.
I have Kaiser next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you, Mr. Malone. My question, the questions that were asked of Mr. O'Keefe and the concerns that he had, I wanted to know if you wanted to address what he was saying in terms of the border states or other solutions that there might be.
I actually think it's, I heard Mr. O'Keefe, he's not a Rockville High grad like you and me, so he's a little off on that. I understand his point. We are a border state, and we see competition on our borders. And but I think what this bill does is it says to people who are bidding on these smaller contracts, let's make a better effort. And I think that is, it's valid, what Mr. O'Keefe said, but we have no requirement for this. We have a lot of requirements in procurement. We take a look at a lot of bills to give advantages to his model or my model within the construction trade. But this is one that it's pretty unique that labor and MMCA and ABC are testifying without any collaboration in advance of this to say this will work and we believe this will work. So we have a problem, but the way we address it is by incentivizing companies to do better. And I think this bill does that.
Thank you.
Delegate Gazzoni, followed by Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And followed by Ross.
I think this is probably for you, Mr. Malone. You talked about the smaller contracts, which is all great. So I'm curious, one of the unfavorable letters, and I'm going to read the exact sentence, it says, additionally, this bill puts a massive compliance burden on our companies requiring them to track and report workforce residency data. I'm just curious whether or not you see that as an actual challenge. I'm assuming they know where their employees live.
I mean, on the prevailing wage reports that are required that we file certified payroll, we would have the addresses of employees already. I don't believe that creates an additional burden. I mean, we do have workers in the state. We have a lot of companies in the state that can perform this work, provide the opportunity, and we both have apprentice programs in the state to help develop that workforce. So I don't see that as valid.
Thank you.
I have Delegate Hill, followed by Ross.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, gentlemen. Sean, this is really, I guess, for you, and you sort of addressed it with Delegate Gazzone, but I want to. So the bill says the department will be responsible for enforcement, which presumably means that they'll set up regulations about reporting that I'm wondering are different from reporting now. But if that reporting doesn't already exist, because we heard testimony too, we have a sense that there are a lot of workers that are brought in. We have a sense, we seem to see a lot, but I didn't see any data showing. So how are we going to know what our current numbers are, how are we going to know if we're actually making an improvement? And if tracking it is something we don't do but need to, would it make more sense to actually get the data first and then decide, do we need to do this?
I believe there's a bill later in this today that kind of talks about transparency to try to give us some of that data. But I don't think tomorrow is ever a good time to start a good idea that can be done today. And I think that this really is a good idea that, and remember, we're talking about projects from about 500,000 to 5 million. These are not, we're not talking about rebuilding the Key Bridge. These are good projects for our apprentices to get on and try. And in reality, what you're saying as part of the procurement is we understand the goals, we're going to achieve this, and if we fall back, there's a contribution from Make the Apprentice Training Fund. I think together we can work on what that appropriate contribution is. It's similar to what they do now. People who don't participate in apprentice training aren't fined, but they do pay 25 cents an hour for all labor hours, and that goes to the fund. So I think I really think this is a very workable bill that we can get there, Delegate.
May I follow up?
Yes.
Okay.
Very short.
Okay.
We have 14.
Right. There's more than apprenticeship in here, though.
Yes.
Right. They're journeymen and other folks, too. So should they be removed from the bill and stick to apprenticeship?
No. One of the things that we struggle with is the apprentices at the skilled trade levels. And frankly, from MMCA's perspective, the number of underrepresented groups who are working in those skilled trades aren't there. The laborers have a much more diverse work staff than machine operators. So getting apprentices into those skilled laborers is a challenge that both labor and the groups that I represent face. So I would not take them out of this bill. As I said, we could talk about the percentages, but I wouldn't work with.
Thank you.
Delegate Ross.
I think Delegate Hill hit it. I just wanted to, and we're just talking about the building trades with this bill? Is this all industries?
This is just for, this would apply to prevailing wage projects between 500,000 and 5 million.
Across industries.
Across, right.
Yeah, because I do feel like, if we're gonna do this, I feel like we as a state do have some accountability to make sure that we have the workforce to support it. And I feel like, and I hear you when you talk about how the building trades, you're all in and you're ramping up to be ready to handle it. But to Dr. Hill's point, I feel like without data, we don't absolutely know that there's not a gap somewhere where we don't have the workforce to support it. So yes, we need all of the support around this. We need the investments in community colleges who do a lot of the workforce training. We need the building trades to be partners with this. But there may be some gaps with certain skill sets that we just, right now as a workforce, are not prepared to support. So I'm just curious to know, as favorable of this, what do you think should happen in those cases where, again, due diligence, so we don't have the data, but let's say there's an industry where we don't currently have the workforce. Should exceptions be made? Should there be some consideration for those particular industries?
It's a really good question, Delegate. So I think with regards to that, I think that's where we get to what the contribution would be. But if we have trades where we don't have apprentices to bring on the job and we don't have skilled workers, then that begs for the investment in the apprentice programs. And the contractors that we represent actually all the contractors in the state combined, are willing to make that investment into the apprentice fund. We need these workers. We need that workforce. So I think we can work with that in the bill. But yeah, we have in the current procurement process, when good cause is shown, we're able to make exceptions under a lot of provisions.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
There are no other questions. This actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 957. I want to thank the Economic Matters Committee for being with us and for being patient as we ask these questions. Now I'm going to give you the order of the bills, but again, we retain the right to change it if there's a witness missing, okay, or a sponsor that is in another committee. We're going to go on to House Bill 761. Will you please come out with your panel? Then it will be House Bill 826, then 807, followed by 1003, Delegate Simmons waiting patiently, followed by Delegate Harris, will be 6, 7, Delegate Schindler, Delegate Smith will be 8. 9 will be Delegate Williams. 10 will be Delegate Hill. 11 will be Delegate Gazzoni. 12 will be Delegate Hill. 13 will be Delegate Lopez. And the last bill of the day, Delegate Collison. Okay, so we're taking the delegates from other committees since we are in this committee. And House Bill 761 is the Speaker, Office of the Comptroller, Maryland Uniform Disposition of Abandoned Property Act revisions. I want to just take a minute to say I have to go testify in judiciary, but I'll be right back. But my amazing chair here will take over. And welcome, Madam Comptroller.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Good to have you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Cullison, members of the Health and Government Operations Committee, and our newest delegate, Delegate Ross. Wonderful to see you. I am Comptroller Brooke Learman, delighted to be here in front of you to ask for your favorable report on HB 761, which is a bill to modernize our Abandoned Property Act. You may know it as unclaimed property. I just want to note before we go on that this bill has already passed the Senate unanimously. So as you know, unclaimed property is any financial asset that is not claimed by its rightful owner for a set period. That can include bank accounts, stocks, bonds, life insurance proceeds. It is considered unclaimed after a dormancy period, which is usually 3 years. It's turned over to the state, and then we at the state maintain a website that is accessible to the public. All of you can search for your unclaimed property on our website. Individuals can then claim it by submitting a claim to our state's unclaimed property department, which is headed by our director, who is sitting with me today. Our agency works hard to notify people of their unclaimed property. We send quarterly postcards out. Actually, the Senate president held his up last week when they were voting on it on the Senate floor. We maintain a website that helps people find their property, and we publish an annual list of all unclaimed property in the newspaper. But we can only do so much under current law, and it's really time for us to modernize this act and join the rest of the country in making sure that we have a modern unclaimed property act that aims to reunite Marylanders with their unclaimed property. On a high level, HB 761 makes government operations more efficient by refining our reporting requirements, streamlining claims procedures, and leveraging modern data tools. This is really all about making government work better, both from an IT perspective as well as from a statutory and practical perspective. Specifically, the bill has just a few key provisions, including one, we are adding virtual currencies such as cryptocurrency to the list of potential unclaimed property assets. As digital assets become more common, it's essential that our regulatory framework adapts accordingly. And really modernizing our approach will prevent unclaimed property from falling through regulatory gaps and strengthens consumer protections. We also want to ensure that we can proactively send out claims that are less than $5,000 to reduce the bureaucratic burden on Marylanders and on our agency. This is in line with other states as well. HB 761 also clarifies procedures for establishing the death of an insured individual or annuitant. This change will help streamline the disbursement of life insurance policies and annuities so that beneficiaries can receive those funds without unnecessary delays. And as many of you know, the Unclaimed Property Fund is a special fund. In this bill, we also ensure that our agency can use up to $5 million to pay for ongoing IT costs of our unclaimed property system, cybersecurity needs for the agency, and IT customer relations needs. So we believe this bill will actually bring more money into the state and consumers by strengthening consumer protections, modernizing state regulations, and improving government efficiency. It will also ensure that we are able to get that money out to your constituents more easily. Additionally, my office is recommending 3 sponsor amendments that are attached to my written testimony, just clarifying what a gift card is, what a gift certificate is, and making some changes per the Maryland Insurance Administration. Thank you, and I urge a favorable report. I'm happy to take any questions about unclaimed property. Thank you.
Okay, open to the committee for questions. Delegate Rosenberg.
I believe that the abandoned property law currently provides that certain amount, and I believe that's in the jurisdiction here of this bill, that money goes to provide legal services in rent court.
Yes, some of so the unclaimed property fund is a special fund, and out of that special fund, the General Assembly has designated a few uses for some of that money, and one of those uses is what you just said.
And this bill would retain that provision?
Oh, yeah, it doesn't, yep, it does not touch that at all. It leaves all of the purposes that the General Assembly has assigned for the unclaimed property fund are left untouched in this bill.
So that if this bill were to pass with that provision unamended, that would mean we wouldn't have to pass a separate bill, which has been introduced. I was one of those who introduced it to make that permanent, because it's now sunsets.
You would need to, so if this doesn't touch that provision, so if that provision is about to sunset, you'll need to keep it going.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, I see Delegate Salega.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hi.
Welcome. Good
Thank
to see you.
Good to see you.
Delegate Rosenberg started the question I had. What are the purposes that have this fund has been diverted to?
Sure. So first, it can be used to help maintain our division, the unclaimed property division. The other funds are the legal services. What's the other ones?
Tax clinic for low-income Marylanders.
Tax clinics for low-income Marylanders is another one that's in statute.
And lastly, access to counsel and eviction special fund.
Right, that's the, I think.
That was that.
So there's that one, there's Legal Services Corporation and access to counsel and evictions.
So how much does that take out of the fund?
Annually, $22,550,000.
Just for those three things.
Correct.
And then this bill, sorry, I'm writing it down. And this bill will allow additional money from unclaimed property to just pay to maintain the IT for unclaimed property or for your whole department?
It will be to maintain IT for the unclaimed property and for customer service needs for the agency.
For the whole agency or just for unclaimed property?
For the agency, because we have the same phone systems and whatnot. So, so it will be a little bit broader than just for the unclaimed property. Right now, we already have the authority under statute to pay for most of the needs of the unclaimed property system out of the unclaimed property fund. This would expand that slightly to provide some additional funding. You all in the past couple of years have provided some IT funding for us to improve and modernize our customer relation systems. We need to now maintain what we've purchased, and this would allow us to maintain that. Yep.
And finally, how much total per year does the unclaimed property fund have? I know it varies, but an average.
It's really hard to tell that under our current system. So we have very, very, very rough estimates. I don't know. And so I hesitate to sort of orally say it because I don't want to get it wrong, but I'm happy to send you an email sort of explaining the mechanics of our unclaimed property. We are audited regularly, so there's, a thorough investigation into it. But one of the we are in all of you know, our agency has many old systems that we're focused on updating. This is one of those very old systems. And so we are right now, last year, we went through the process and we're moving into a system that's used by 40 other states. So it will be much more transparent, much more robust, and we'll be able to more easily calculate sort of how much is coming in, how much is going on a regular basis, and how much total there is in the fund at any given moment. But because it's such an opaque system right now, it's really hard to say, which is a sort of a crazy thing to have to say to you. But I also don't want to lie and give you a number. But we do have an estimate that is a very, very, very rough best guess estimate that I can give to you. I just don't have it off the top of my head.
Okay, because it sounds like doing the math, 22.5 million goes out for those other purposes, and then this program will
up to
take
5.
another 5 million?
Up to. It probably wouldn't be a full 5
Okay.
every year.
All right, so
Yep.
assuming that it's getting much more than that,
Yep.
those other programs must just take a small fraction.
Yes.
So I'll look
Yes.
for your email, share
Sure.
it with everyone, please.
Yep,
Thank you.
absolutely. Yep.
Delegate Taveras.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So thank you, Madam Controller. Is there a way for us to kind of figure out what are the plans with the cryptocurrency? Are you looking to invest and grow it and basically figure out ways to reinvest it back into the general fund?
No. All we're doing is if you have invested in crypto somehow and and you then have not touched it for 3 years, and the entity that holds it would then be required to remit it to us as abandoned property so that you, as a Marylander, could then claim that unclaimed property and find it. So we will not be doing anything else with it other than holding it for you and making sure that it's there for you to get back.
But what if that person never shows up?
Then it stays in our unclaimed property fund.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yep. It stays in our unclaimed property fund and goes into the general fund and is invested as all other state dollars are.
So I have to apologize because I clearly am not in the rhythm and I didn't give Mr. Sigopal time to speak.
He's here to make sure I don't get things wrong. So he's here as our as support. So no worries, all good.
But would you like to say something?
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members. Happy to be here and happy to answer any further questions you may have in support of this bill.
Thank you.
Questions. So in this bill, and I'm assuming this wasn't true before, that your department has the authority to retain the $5 million and that is not unclaimed property. That is unclaimed property that goes beyond what period of time?
It's hard to think about it as unclaimed property. All the unclaimed property comes into a fund,
right.
And the General Assembly has assigned out of that fund some purposes for that money to be able to be used while it is still unclaimed. And, it's all fungible. So we are asking respectfully for you to consider adding that one of the uses for the unclaimed property fund would be to allow our agency to use up to $5 million a year for some of our distinct IT needs, specifically for ongoing IT costs for the unclaimed property system, cybersecurity needs for the agency, and some IT customer relations needs that we have that are outside the unclaimed property system, but within the agency.
So DLS is expecting there'll be a significant increase in expenditures under that provision.
Well, I'm happy to talk to DLS about that. We already have the expenditures. It's just a matter of how you pay for them. So, for instance, it used to be that you went into Best Buy and you bought Microsoft Word and you loaded it onto your computer from a CD-ROM, and then you didn't need to update it anymore. You had it for 5 years or however long until your system died. Now, when you get Microsoft 365, you download it for a year, right? And every year you pay a subscription fee to keep Microsoft 365, right? So that is how our systems are now these days. We are moving into this new unclaimed property system. That is, we are, paying to bring it in, but then we will have to pay that annual fee to maintain it every year. So this money will help us do that. We also have now a customer relation management system, a CRM, which is something the agency has never had before, which you all, thank you, gave us money to purchase. And what this does is allow us to track the calls that come in and streamline them, because we get so many calls for help with taxes. And I'm sure all of you who has had a constituent say, I can't get through to the comptroller's office because we have so many calls coming in and so many emails coming in. Our new CRM helps us to more efficiently manage those calls and those emails so that we can track who's been answered, who hasn't been answered, so that our management team, we can have more accountability within the agency saying, hey, why haven't these been called? Why haven't those been answered? So that's our CRM. We need to pay to maintain that. So whether we do it out of this fund or we do it some other way, that need exists.
Ongoing cost.
Yeah. This we thought was a more efficient and easier, a streamlined way to do it, so that we have, so that DLS, so that DBM has certainty over what we will need to be spending every year.
Okay. And you mentioned some sponsor amendments. Did the Senate pass the bill with these amendments?
Sadly, no. They were so fast.
So you didn't have a chance to give them.
Yeah, we didn't even have a chance to give it to them. So we will. So you have them. So my hope is that you will pass this bill favorable with these amendments. Their bill will come over to you. You'll amend on the amendments and send it back, I hope.
Okay.
So
thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, that concludes the hearing on House Bill 761. Thank you very much, Madam Comptroller.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you,
And we
Mr.
will
Segerfeld.
follow up. Delegate Szeliga.
And we will go on now to, hold on a second, too much paper. House Bill 826, and that's State Government Interdepartmental Advisory Committee on Small, Minority, and Business Women Affairs repeal. I think Madam Secretary is here. Thank you. And will you have anyone else with you?
I have our Director of
Okay.
Policy and Legislative Affairs, and he'll be available. He's opted to be right there by his choice. He's one of those. Okay, can you hear me now? I'm so sorry. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Colson and distinguished members of the committee. For the record, my name is Yolanda Maria Martinez, Special Secretary of the Governor's Office of Small Minority Women Business Affairs, also known as GOSBA. I'm sorry, can you hear me now? Okay. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. First, I would like to thank the chair for her leadership in introducing this important legislation and extend my gratitude to the committee for the opportunity to express my support for HB 826. GOSBA has submitted a letter of support for your review. HB 826 repeals the Interdepartmental Advisory on Small, Minority, and Women Business Affairs, referenced in Section 9-301 and 9-303.1 of the state government article referenced in the Maryland Annotated Code. As you may know, GOSBA oversees socioeconomic procurement programs across more than 70 state agencies, playing a key role in MBE, Small Business Reserve, and veteran-owned small business enterprise programs. Since the committee's inception, GOSBA has not received any indication that the legislative body has convened as required in the state government article. Due to this inactivity, GOSBA proposes to repeal the Interdepartmental Advisory Committee on Small, Minority, and Women Business Affairs. The advisory committee's intent is to enhance collaboration with the executive branches of state government and to improve the efficiency of the state's socioeconomic programs. In its place, Executive Order Number 38 established a governor's subcabinet on socioeconomic procurement participation to provide counsel to the special secretary. The subcabinet will provide recommendations on initiatives to enhance socioeconomic procurement and to promote the growth and participation of MBE, VSBE, and SBR businesses in the state. GOSBA collaborated with the Maryland Department of Disabilities and concurred with the amendment that would update and modernize the definition of a sheltered workplace for individuals with disabilities. These efforts and partnerships would make Maryland's diverse business community thrive, ultimately strengthening our economy. GOSBA urges a favorable report on HB 826 and welcomes any questions from the committee. This concludes my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, I have a question just to make sure. So the activities of the advisory committee are actually being done by another group that's been organized under an executive order. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And it'll be enhanced as well.
Okay,
and where our first meeting will happen next month.
So we're not really losing anything.
No,
we're
ma'am.
gaining something.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you, Madam
you so
Secretary,
much.
for being here. I have a virtual unfavorable witness, not in the lobby. Okay, this is Kashena Cross, and not coming in. Okay, let the record show that Mr. Cross was not available for testimony, and that concludes the hearing on House Bill 826, and we will go to House Bill 807, and this is Information Technology, Modernizing Data Governance, Office of the Enterprise Data, and Council for Open Data Advancement. Welcome. And who would like to get started?
I can get started.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair, esteemed members of the committee. My name is Melissa Lehman, and I'm the Acting Secretary for the Maryland Department of Information Technology. I am joined today with Natalie Evans-Harris, our State Chief Data Officer, who has played a pivotal role in advancing data governance since joining our team in May 2024. I appreciate the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 807, which formalizes the role of the State Chief Data Officer and renames DeWitt's data team as the Office of Enterprise Data. The office has been fully operational since 2021, following Governor Hogan's executive order. The State Chief Data Officer oversees and directs the management and use of data across executive branch agencies under the governor's guidance. Importantly, the implementation of House Bill 807 will not impose an operational or fiscal burden on state agencies. DeWitt already has the necessary staff to support the Office of Enterprise Data and facilitate the work of the Council for Open Data Advancement. This department is also well-positioned to assist agencies in designating ADOs and providing subject matter expertise as needed without additional resource allocation or disruption to existing agency functions. House Bill 807 is a critical step in modernizing Maryland's data infrastructure. By strengthening governance, improving interagency collaboration, and safeguarding sensitive information, the bill ensures that data is used strategically to drive better outcomes for residents without placing undue strain on agency operations or budgets. With that, I would like to turn it over to State Chief Data Officer Natalie Evans-Harris.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and esteemed members of the committee. For the record, my name is Natalie Evans-Harris. I am the state's Chief Data Officer. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today in support of DeWitt's departmental bill, House Bill 807. Coming into the role in May 2024, I'm fortunate to find a state collectively leveraging data for drawing insights about our communities, evaluating the services we deliver, and exploring innovations that can support Maryland constituents in thriving every day. I also joined an organization looking for opportunities to improve the use of data. HB 807 is the result of nearly a year's worth of effort to assess and learn about state agency data needs. DeWitt conducted a comprehensive data maturity assessment in 2023 with participation from 25 state agencies and conducted a listening tour upon my arrival in 2024. with approximately 30 agencies. Modernizing Maryland's approach to delivering trustworthy data means putting the technology, people, and processes in place to not only modernize, but also optimize and harmonize the state's ability to make data-driven decisions. HB 807 highlights the increasing necessity for standardized, secure, and efficient data management across state agencies. Under the bill, the State Chief Data Officer, appointed by the Governor and overseen by the Secretary of Information Technology, will spearhead efforts to promote responsible data governance, compliance, and interagency collaboration. Additionally, having each state agency designate an agency data officer ensures accountability in minimizing the collection of personally identifiable information. The newly codified Office of Enterprise Data will oversee critical programs related to data governance, sharing, and literacy. This includes developing statewide policies and standards, a secure data sharing framework, and privacy protections, including a data literacy program. I respectfully urge the committee to support this legislation. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. And you're certainly getting a baptism by fire
Yes.
in this session. You've been on the job, what, 2 months now?
About 8, yes.
Something like that. Questions from the committee? Delegate Kaiser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question, just looking at the top of the fiscal note and I know it's mostly this is codifying an executive order, but it's appointing an agency data officer at each of the state government agencies. Who are those people? Do they already work there? What are their work responsibilities, and what is their capacity for these types of technological requirements that they would have?
So Hogan's order in 2021 also called for agencies in the executive branch to have agency data officers. So most agencies in the executive branch already have agency data officers. This codifies the roles and responsibilities. In addition, since joining and forming the Office of Enterprise Data, we've taken a hard look at the services that we plan to offer. And that includes transforming our services so that they'll support agencies in being able to deliver and align with this bill.
Madam Chair, if I could? Yes. The quick follow-up, you said most of the agencies, so some do not yet. So if they don't, would that not be a cost to the state to add the additional ones that don't have it?
No, what we have found, so we have a CDO council, and we have found representation of well over 60 agency representatives on that council. So what I have found as with joining is, as I speak with agencies, we can find that either an IT person or somebody in their chief of staff or program management staff often has the skills necessary to oversee data governance within their agencies. So we do not find that they will have to hire. Some agencies have chosen to because they have large data teams themselves, but we have not found that an agency absolutely had to.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, I have one. And it relates directly to what Delegate Kaiser was referring to. So what have been your conversations with the Department of Education? They've submitted a letter saying that they need 3 full-time positions in order to meet the requirements and to be able to support the local education agencies to gather and report this kind of data. So have there been any discussions specifically with the Department of Education or support for them?
Correct. So not specifically with the Department of Education. We have spoken with a couple of agencies that had questions around how to support and resource this bill. And with each of them, we've been able to help them to identify the ways to do it. I'm happy to have that same conversation with Department of Education.
I would ask that you do that.
I'm happy to do that.
And support them in this endeavor. I appreciate it. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you both for being here, for your testimony today. That concludes the hearing on House Bill 807. And we will go to the good delegate who's been so patient, House Bill 1003, Delegate Simmons, and that is relocation of human remains authorization process. Delegate Simmons, do you have a panel with David Zinner Christine Simmons and Eileen McLaughlin?
Yes.
And Yvonne Fisher, they can all come up. And Delegate, you may go ahead and get started, please.
Outstanding. Thank you, Madam Chair. Greetings to the committee. Delegate Simmons, District 12B, coming to you once again, continuing to advocate on behalf of those who have gone before us. Today, we're here with several individuals to testify on behalf of burial grounds and sites about the ability to move or relocate remains. Obviously, this is a collaboration with the Office of Cemetery Oversight, Department of Labor. As we continue to push, I just first of all would like to thank the subcommittee for meeting with us last week and guiding us through this process at the direction of the chair. We will continue to work on making sure that we strengthen all the requirements around the legislation as we continue to move forward. With that, I have a letter on file to my statement. I wanted to get into the witness's statement, and I'll be available for any questions. Thank you. You go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Eileen McGuckey, and on behalf of the Coalition to Protect Maryland Burial Sites, I've been here for other cemetery bills this year, each one selected as a priority by our group of advocates. It's time to strengthen some sections of the Maryland Code that mean well, but are limited in their application to cemeteries that experience vandalism, neglect, and lack of adequate public notice when changes are taking place. 4 of the recommendations from the 2022 report to the Joint Chairman on Historic African American Cemeteries are to require persons requesting removal of remains or selling a cemetery to conduct research to identify descendants, to require better public notification when a cemetery is sold, to require records of disinterment and reinterment to be maintained with other data. Also proposed this session is the creation of a work group that will lead to a statewide database of every known site in every Maryland jurisdiction. We support the bill to increase notice requirements for proposed relocation of remains, to allow the state's attorney's office to share non-criminal cases with the Office of Cemetery Oversight, to take descendant voices more seriously, and to update the process. This is a good start. This bill will improve the likelihood that descendants or other persons of interest will learn in time of disinterments or developments at sites where loved ones are buried. Marylanders, this will better protect Marylanders living and deceased by it acknowledges limitations of the current law and provides more assurance to descendants and interested parties that tighter rules will result in better outcomes. Thank you for your consideration.
Please.
Can you pull the mic up to her, either that one or yours?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and respondents. My name is Yvonne Fisher. I am a member of the Maryland Legislative Advocacy Group, but for the last 9 years, I have been a member of the Cemetery Oversight Advisory Council. And I'm here today to talk about the remains criminal laws that I left my papers there, so I'm winging this, that encourage and the foundation of creating a way in which legally the removal of remains is handled with care. It's handled with advisement from the Council of Oversight, Cemetery Oversight, but it's also mandatory, in my opinion, that the state provide the legal wherewithal that allows the process to be handled and to be handled in a way which is only significant for us as human beings, but for those family members who are not here to speak for themselves. And those are the ones that we're fighting for every day, because no one else will talk for them if we don't. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm David Zinner. I'm the coordinator for the Maryland Cemetery Legislative Advocates. We have a little paper in the written testimony that tells you all about us, and you might have heard of us before from previous testimony. I am also a consumer representative along with Yvonne on the Maryland Advisory Council on Cemetery Oversight, but neither of us are representing the council or the Office of Cemetery Oversight in this testimony. In the current law, the process for gaining authorization for disinterment from a cemetery does not require an investigation into whether the descendants, the burial plot owners, parties maintaining the cemetery, or anyone else has been notified. The current law is inadequate because it only requires pro forma public notices. The current law does not give descendants a voice. There's no provision requiring any analysis of the impact. There's no criteria for approval or denial. There's no provision for compliance with proper procedure if disinterment is approved. There's no provision for ensuring burial location records are updated. And most importantly, the law's current process of assigning the task of evaluating non-criminal disinterment requests to the state's attorney is an inappropriate and unproductive use of state vital resources. State's attorneys should be working on criminal cases, not on requests from descendants or others to do disinterment of remains. You understand that when relatives request a disinterment, it's not a big problem, but when developers request massive disinterments, there needs to be a significant process undertaken to determine whether descendants have had a proper voice in this discussion. We understand the Department of Labor has given us a fiscal note on this, but we think that they didn't read it carefully. The bill says the applicant pays an application fee set by the office. We believe this fee should be more than enough to cover hiring a contractor to do this investigation and report to the state's attorney what they find. Thank you.
Next, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Pena-Melnick. I'm on the board of the Anne Arundel Genealogical Society and the Coalition to Protect Maryland Burial Sites. My name's Christine Simmons. When interested parties attempt to find a cemetery or an individual burial that's been moved, they have no way of knowing where to start their search. There's a severe lack of ownership related to disinterments. Funeral homes, county health departments, and state's attorney's offices all sign off on these permits, but don't often keep copies of the permits once the move has been completed. Disinterments from private family cemeteries to commercial cemeteries and memorial gardens are not routinely listed as such and may not allow the tombstone to be moved as well as the remains. We're suggesting a fee schedule covering any costs to be paid by the family or the developer when a body is moved. There should be clear reason for the request. There should be documented notification of family. There should be specifics in newspaper notification as to who's being moved, where they're being moved, and what the final disposition is. There should be notices posted prominently in the cemetery. There should be an oversight by a legitimate authority. Bodies should be reinterred in a cemetery with agreement of relatives. State's attorney's approval should be required beforehand, assuring that all the requirements have been met. The location of the reinterment should be entered into an approved burial site inventory. At present, Maryland Office of Vital Records holds one small box of disinterments and reinterments. The Maryland State Archives has two small boxes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all for your testimony. Questions from the committee? Okay, not seeing any from the committee. I do have a couple of questions. Mr. Zimmer, you might be the person I need to ask, or delegate, tell us who's the best person. So what you are proposing is that the entity or person that wants to move the remains must pay for the investigation up front. Is that what you're intending?
Yes, that's correct. Can I just elaborate for 1 second on that?
Yeah, sure.
So, for example, if the Office of Cemetery Oversight sets a fee schedule, it might be $5 for a family that wants to remove their personal relative to another, to be with a family plot. It might be, a different fee for a developer that wants to move 200 bodies to do something else. So the goal here is not to penalize, but we do have families where there is not agreement between members of the families about this disinterment. So we really have to look at it carefully, and that's where the office has some expertise.
So the Department of Labor has a concern over the appearance of conflict of interest if since it's the state's attorney, that would be, they're saying calling it fines. I'm hearing you say it's fees. Maybe I'm misinterpreting the.
Right, there's two different parts. There's the fine, and then there's the fees. I don't think they have an issue of conflict of interest with the fee schedule that they would have to develop. I think that's the important part. I don't know when the last time someone got fined by the Office of Cemetery Oversight. They usually work out things pretty well.
Okay, well, but they're worried that any fine would go to the state's attorney's office. Do you have a problem with that? Okay.
No, I think that's.
Resolve that issue.
Yeah.
They also are thinking that you will need additional staff, but what I hear you saying is you don't need full-time staff to do this, that you could actually do it with consulting.
Yeah, we've done a study on the number of disinterments that happen around the state by requesting information from the different state's attorneys, and there are very few. There may be one or two from each state's attorney a year, maybe a few more. Most of them are the easy ones, the ones where a family member wants to move a relative to a different location. But regardless, whether there's a few or a lot, if they're able to come up with a fee schedule to cover their costs, instead of hiring a full-time staff person, they could have a contractor on call that they could say, we have another job for you. Here's the analysis we need you to do. What's the fee you're going to charge? We're going to add 10% on that because we have to supervise you. And that way they'll generate a little money to cover their overhead.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you very much. Thank you all for being here and for your patience today and for your testimony. That concludes the hearing on House Bill 1003. And we will go now to House Bill 991, Delegate Harris. Good. State Procurement Minority Business Enterprise Program Extensions and Reports. And Delegate Harris, welcome. Do you have members of a panel here?
Yes.
Okay, 991. Let's bring them up too. So we have, we have Mr. Bridgers here. Bridges, Kim Johnson, Devon Gardner. Okay. All right, Delegate, go ahead, please.
Appreciate it, Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to present this House bill before you today. For the record, my name is Kevin M. Harris, representing Legislative District 27A, which is Charles and Prince George's County. I'm here to provide an overview of the study, its importance, and why this House bill is important. In 2023, I introduced House Bill 809 to alter the termination dates for certain provisions of the law that govern the Minority Business Enterprise Program, and dates when certain reports and studies need to be submitted. The disparity study is crucial for complying with the City of Richmond versus JA Corporation Supreme Court decision. The study helps the state prove there is a need to remedy discrimination and that action taken are tailored to address those issues. The study began in 2022, but progress was delayed when the General Assembly asked for a separate cannabis analysis. Data collection resumed in January 2023. As of February 2025, MGT Consultant, the firm conducting the study, has collected data for 91% of the contracts, representing $22.9 billion of the total $25 billion spent. The original deadline to collect the subcontractor data was June 2024. However, the deadline has been extended from time to time and was rescheduled to the end of February 2025. Unfortunately, data on capital grants could not be collected due to issues tracking relevant spending. Given these delays, we are requesting an extension for submitting the final disparity studies. This extension will give MGT enough time to complete the data collection and to do analysis. It will also allow the General Assembly to fully review the findings before any decisions are being made about renewing the MBE program, which expires in 2026. The result of the studies are vital for ensuring the MBE program remains effective and legally sound, and for promoting fair opportunities for all businesses in Maryland. For this reason, I request a favorable report on this House bill, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Delegate. Mr. Bridges.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Tony Bridges, Assistant Secretary with the Maryland Department of Transportation, here in support of House Bill 991. The delegate did a great job at explaining the bill. Just wanted to give a few highlights of the bill. First, the Maryland Department of Transportation is the agency that is responsible for completing the disparity study. Our current undertaking for the updated disparity study has us working alongside our partner, Secretary Maria Martinez, and the Governor's Office of Small Minority and Women Business Affairs as we work to complete the study. The process of completing the study involves collecting and analyzing extensive data regarding the availability and utilization of firms, as well as other market indicators, such as access to capital or business loans and business formation rates. If the resulting analysis determines that statistically significant disparities exist, that finding serves as the evidentiary basis for the state's use of race-conscious remedies to mitigate said disparities. This, as you heard, this study is unprecedented in its size and scope. That, coupled with a temporary pause on work to accommodate the completion of the standalone adult use cannabis disparity study, resulted in a number of delays. This final study and corresponding report are now anticipated to be delivered by September 30th of this year. We're confident that the study and the report can be delivered by the requested date. And with the proposed and requested extension, we'll make sure that the study is completed on time and on budget as well. The MBE program remains the MBE program will remain operational with the extension of this study. And for these reasons, we respectfully request that the committee grant House Bill 991 a favorable report. I also want to mention that Kim Johnson, who is the project manager for the study, is here to answer any technical questions that you may have. Thanks.
Much. Secretary Martinez.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Vice Chair and distinguished members of the committee. For the record, my name is Yolanda Maria Martinez, Special Secretary of the Governor's Office of Small, Minority, and Women Business Affairs, affectionately known as GOSBA. First, I would like to thank the sponsor for their leadership in introducing this important legislation and extend my gratitude to the committee for the opportunity to express my support for HB 991. GOSBA has submitted a letter for your review. HB 991 is critical because it extends the sunset date of the Minority Business Enterprise Program, MBE, updates reporting requirements for offshore wind projects and video lottery terminals, and adjusts deadlines for key reports and studies. As you may know, GOSBA oversees socioeconomic procurement programs across more than 70 state agencies, playing a key role in MBE, Small Business Reserve, and the veteran-owned small business enterprise programs. We have worked tirelessly to increase the number of businesses engaged in procurement and, in turn, grow the total dollars awarded to MBEs. For Maryland, the disparity study is the cornerstone of the state's compelling interest, which is a marketplace discrimination encountered by minority and women owned businesses. Without action from the General Assembly granting the extension through legislation, the MBE program expires on June 30th, 2025. Recently, Maryland was recognized by LendingTree as one of the best states for minority-owned businesses, a testament to the positive impact of this program and the work of this administration. These efforts help Maryland's diverse business communities thrive, strengthening our economy. The Maryland Disparity Study provides the data that supports race-conscious remedies like the MBE program, ensuring fair access to procurement opportunities. Extending the MBE program allows Maryland to continue fostering a more efficient, equitable, and competitive business environment. GOSBA urges a favorable report on HB 991 and welcomes any questions from the committee. This concludes my testimony. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair. I am here to answer whatever questions that may arise as a result of the House Bill 991. I am currently the project manager employed by MDOT as their Chief Equity Officer and leading the conclusion of the project.
Is Devon Gardner here? Oh, you're signed up to speak? Would you like to speak?
Oh, no, not.
Okay. Okay. Then while the chair is catching up on the paperwork, I'll ask if there are any questions from the committee. Okay, seeing no questions, that concludes the hearing on House Bill 991. Thank you all for your patience today and for your testimony on the bill. Thank you.
Nice to see you, Special Secretary.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Madam Chair, and to the committee for the grace. Next, I believe we have House Bill 752, Delegate Schindler, Commission on State and Local Government Real Property Bearing Confederate Names. And will you bring your, if you have a panel?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and honorable members of the committee. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. For the record, I'm Delegate Matt Schindler, and I'm here to testify on House Bill 752. House Bill 752 would establish a statewide commission that would research and identify county and state-owned streets, parks, and publicly owned entities that bear Confederate names. The commission will consist of 24 members, one from each jurisdiction, who are appointed by the governor, and an executive director who would provide administrative assistance. The commission will submit a report of their findings to the governor and all 4 jurisdictions by 2032. The commission itself would only be tasked with identifying public properties that bear Confederate names. It has no authority to rename public property. The state of Maryland would not be the first jurisdiction to pursue such an initiative. In 2021, the Department of Defense formed the Naming Commission to rename any of their assets associated with Confederate individuals. Aside from the military assets, the commission identified hundreds of other assets, such as streets, buildings, that were all recommended to be renamed. Multiple local entities, such as Loudoun County, Virginia, the City of Alexandria, and Montgomery County, have all begun the process of renaming their streets that are commemorative of Confederate leaders. The commission's task would be reflective of Maryland's goal to be inclusive and to ensure that our schools, streets, and parks are not commemorative of Confederate individuals. In many cases around the country, the naming of public properties in honor of Confederate individuals became popular decades after the Civil War as a backlash to the civil rights movement. The history of our country has a place in textbooks, museums, and national battlefields, where context is provided and understanding to who these individuals were. That place is not our state roads and buildings. I'd like to share a brief quote from our Attorney General from their favorable report. In 2022, then Congressman Brown noted, "I learned to fly helicopters at Fort Rucker. I deployed to Iraq from Fort Bragg, and I earned my jump wings from Fort Benning. All these bases honored men who wouldn't want me or other Black Americans serving in uniform, let alone in Congress. Similarly, Marylanders shouldn't have to go about their daily business on streets or in buildings, parks, or subdivisions named after Confederate soldiers." What you all have in front of you is a workshop version of the bill that passed through the House last year. This bill does carry a short-term fiscal note, which is the salary for one employee, an executive director, to manage this effort. While this bill was previously introduced by former Delegate Grossman, I think that this bill is very important to revisit, especially in the current climate that we live in right now, where it's important to let our citizens know Maryland remains committed to being an inclusive place to live. The county I live in is home to many historic Civil War events, and because of this, would likely be the most affected by any such legislation. I'm proud of my lifelong home and love our rich history, but because of this, and not in spite of this, we should be ashamed if we aren't leading the way on this initiative. Whether these streets, buildings in our state were named in civil rights era defiance, or simply due to proximity to Civil War sites with no ill intent, all Marylanders should live, work, and play in spaces that are welcoming and reflective of our shared values. Therefore, I ask for a favorable report on HB 752.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, please.
Greetings, Chair Pena-Melnick and the HGO Committee. My name is Jordan Balcom-Colbert. I am the Government Affairs Liaison in the Office of General Counsel for the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission. Our board has not officially voted on whether to support HB 752 yet. However, during the 2024 Maryland General Assembly legislative session, the Commission voted to support HB 566 with amendments. We believe the current version of this bill, HB 752, addresses the majority of our technical and timing issues that were raised by the Commission in last year's bill. The one additional suggestion is to consider expanding the definition of the Confederate names and political subdivisions, as we have indicated in our written testimony. Again, my name is Jordan Balcom-Colbert, and we hope that you give this bill a favorable report with the suggested amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chairperson. My name is Stan Brown, and I support passage of House Bill 0752 for the following reasons. House Bill 07522, 752 would help to extinguish the discriminatory interests and detrimental values and principles that the Confederacy had toward black people. House Bill 0752 would promote a measure of cultural and social reparation for African Americans and persons of color in the state of Maryland. The bill would also suggest that the state of Maryland recognizes that racial harmony and racial reconciliation is integral to constructive growth of all Marylanders, especially black people and persons of color. Importantly, House Bill 0752 would provide a measure of posthumous accountability to all of the African Americans who were denigrated, abused, and lynched during the Confederacy. Lastly, passing House Bill 0752 would be in complete alliance with the state repealing the Maryland State song in 2021 due to the song being racist, outdated, and pro-Confederacy. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair. My name is Matthew Mills. For the record, I'm Senior Counsel in the Office of the General Counsel at the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission. I've worked on this issue with the Montgomery County Planning Board. The Planning Board is the street naming authority for the large part of the vast majority of Montgomery County, just as the Prince George's Planning Board is in Prince George's County. And several years ago, I was directly involved in the Montgomery County Planning Board's efforts to rename several streets at the behest of the request of the County Council. It is a large undertaking. There's a lot of research involved, but I'm here to answer any questions that the committee may have as far as process goes. Thank you.
I'm going to open it up for questions now from the committee. First, Delegate Ross.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Two questions. One, thank you for bringing this forward. I agree with you. This bill feels overdue. Where did you get the 2032 date for the Commission's report? Was there a rhyme or reason to that date?
I believe, and I will defer to my panel here, but I believe that was to provide enough time to go through and actually study this.
I'm assuming so, yeah, but is there that date in particular, was there some data or input from anywhere that by that date that work could be done?
Based on the research and the study that the Planning Commission have done on both Prince George's and Montgomery County, the date was reasonable within the experts' opinion. And so last year, I believe it was 2032, but they moved the date further again this year. So it was based on their expert opinion.
Okay. And have you gotten, besides those jurisdictions you just mentioned, input from some of the other jurisdictional leaders, the governor, the mayor, I assume? Anything from them about this particular bill? Are they on board? And just curious to know what they said about this.
You just directed to me. I don't have any recent feedback from any of the local jurisdictions, but as you know, in our testimony, we have written that Prince George's County did a thorough study and worked with some of the agencies within the local government, particularly those that were involved with the street naming process. So this is something that in both of those jurisdictions, I can't speak for the rest of the state, have been supportive of.
Okay. Who does the renaming? All of what I'm asking, I just want to, as we approach this, I just want to think about it in terms of how do we absolutely ensure that after this work is done, that these spaces get renamed. So if the renaming happens at the jurisdictional level, if it's the governor, if it's us, like I really don't know, how do we know that everybody is bought into the idea of this commission doing this work leading to this, if that's, to this outcome?
So I would say right now, this is merely a study. This bill, as it stands. Certainly, I would hope that this would lead to a second bill, once that study is completed or once we have data, that would actually enact legislation to make those changes and define it at that time. But
for the committee, remember that we do all the work in subcommittee, a lot of the work, right? So ask your best question, okay? Because we still have a lot of bills, all right? So we're going to go next to Delegate Morgan, followed by Kurt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delegate, a question about the process. American history sometimes can be very complex, and we typically name things after people that did something good. The best case I can find of this is the National Historic Park up in Saratoga has a monument to Benedict Arnold called the Boot Monument, nation's biggest traitor. So how would a study begin to untangle like historic facts that happen in Maryland? I'll give you a great example of one in my area, Dr. Mudd, who didn't serve in the Civil War, but at the same token treated the person that killed Lincoln, John Booth.
Right.
So would this commission look at renaming stuff that would have impacted somebody that, like Dr. Mudd?
I mean, the scope of this is no. The quick answer would be no. The scope of this would be specific to things related to the Confederate States of America during the Civil War. I think you bring a great point. I don't know that there's merit to celebrating any traitors to the United States in such a manner, in such a public manner. But this, to the scope of this, is just for the Confederate States of America.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. I have Delegate Kerr, followed by Hill, followed by Taveras.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome back, Delegate Schindler.
Thank you.
Aside from the fiscal note increasing since last year, is this the identical bill that this committee and this chamber passed last year? And have you, it did move in the Senate, and have you worked with anybody over in EEE to see if you have anyone who can help you move it should it progress again this year?
Sure, it's a good question. And it is fairly identical to last year's bill after it was amended and workshopped in the House. As far as the Senate side of things, I started the day before things started, so I have not had the opportunity of an interim to really work that through on the Senate side to answer that piece of your question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Just to follow up quickly on that question, the fiscal note is over $100,000. As you know, we have a fiscal note of 75, so it's going to be not possible. See if you're able to work it out, okay?
Yes,
and
ma'am.
let the committee know. Thank you. I have Delegate Hill, followed by Taveras.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I guess along those same lines, you may be able to answer this. Fiscal note calls for a full-time
executive director. The question is why full-time when it only meets quarterly? You mentioned the kind of work, and we have one person who has said that they're fine with the bill and they would be happy to volunteer to do the job. So what about that option and why a full-time position?
I would imagine it's because I believe that this effort will undertake a lot more research than people realize. And I can go based on Montgomery County's experience with several full-time historic preservation staff. It took a year to identify 3 streets. And then there was also a trail with the park system, but the park system could do that unilaterally without going through the public process. So I believe that the best answer is that it will be a very substantial undertaking, because it's not just a matter of the obvious. Some of them are obvious, but others, for instance, there's a street in Tacoma Park that I believe it's named Lee Avenue. And because it's surrounded by the names of other Civil War figures, the assumption is it was generally of the Army of Northern Virginia, but it was actually a Union admiral named Lee. So sometimes it gets more complicated than people believe. So I think it gets beyond the land records, pension records, other war records to delve into that. So I think it's a matter of really the scope of the undertaking, particularly in a border state like Maryland, where there was a lot going on during those 4 years.
Thank you. Thank you.
Delegate Taveras.
Thank you. Ms. Buckham-Colbert, hey, were you part of the Responsible Legacy Task Force that I think this was actually my bill when I was in council?
I wasn't responsible for the task force, but that was undertaken by our planning department in Prince George's County. So you're correct, the Legacy Task Force was a part of the projects that we worked on.
So maybe if for folks who are interested, they may want to see a copy. Thank you.
Yeah, it's actually what I reference and what I'll provide the committee as well is a link in our prior testimony that goes directly to that study and task force that we did. So I'll make sure you all get a copy of that.
Do not see any other questions. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. We do have one unfavorable witness, and that is Mr. Bruce Veriano. And Delegate, if you're able to work on that fiscal note, please let the committee know as soon as possible, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Bruce Veriano? I don't see him here. So this actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 752. Next, we have House Bill 1019, and that is Delegate Schmidt. And will you be so kind and bring your panel? Do you have a panel?
Yes, Chair. I have 5 people with me.
Is it
pull up a chair?
Jonathan Alexander?
Yes.
Brian Otomi, Terry Creed?
Yes.
R. James Vaughn?
Yes.
And then you have a virtual one, David Gibbs?
That's correct.
Correct.
Okay.
And you can get started.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Vice Chair, esteemed members of the committee. For the record, Delegate Stuart Schmidt, representing Anne Arundel County, District 33B. I'm here today with House Bill 1019. This bill was brought to me by religious leaders from across this great state. Simply put, this bill prohibits governmental authority under certain circumstances from burdening a person's exercise of religion and authorizing a person aggrieved by this violation of the act to obtain certain relief in civil action. Now, the chair might ask, what is the problem this bill will fix? And I have an esteemed panel here to help me through that, help you understand it, and talk about real life situations. We have members here representing over 200 churches statewide. This bill has passed 28 other states, and it was actually sworn into federal law by President Bill Clinton at the direction of, at that time, Senator Chuck Schumer. I urge the committee for a favorable report, and I yield my extra time for my esteemed panel of pastors and legal authorities. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Chairwoman, I'm Jonathan Alexander. I'm an attorney and legislative counsel for the Maryland Family Institute in strong support of 1019, the Maryland Religious Freedom Restoration Act. This piece of legislation is a necessary reaffirmation of the fundamental liberties enshrined both in the United States Constitution and the Maryland Declaration of Rights. And it ensures that Marylanders are not forced to choose between their faith and full participation in society. Religion impacts the daily lives of Marylanders in so many profound ways, but over the past decade, numerous instances have demonstrated the urgent need for clear legal safeguards to safeguard the free exercise of religion. During public emergencies, individuals and religious congregations faced challenges for gathering in person to affirm their faith, even if they took responsible safety. In the parental rights and education space in Montgomery County and beyond, parents have sought reasonable accommodations to exempt their children from curriculum content that conflicts with their religious belief. Marylanders in the healthcare space have faced difficult choices regarding medical treatments that conflict with their religious convictions. So 1019 does not create a limitless exemption from government laws. Rather, it restores a time-tested balancing test. It requires that any government action that substantially burdens a religious exercise must serve a compelling government interest, must be the least restrictive means of achieving that interest. This is not a new standard. It's the same that's applied at the federal level with the Federal Religious Freedom Restoration Act. It's been upheld but sort of diluted by the Maryland Court of Appeals. By passing 1019, we can reinforce Maryland's human flourishing, our constitutional rights, and the society that has defined our state and its religious founding.
It's up to you guys. Ready?
Go ahead. Pastor T. Michael Creed, Independent Baptist Church in Clinton, Maryland. As a pastor of 30 years in Maryland, I rise in support of this religious liberty bill that has stood the cornerstone of time in our nation all the way back to the founding of the Pilgrims in 1620. We've had religious freedom in our country. In that same tradition enshrined in the First Amendment, every Marylander should be free to worship, to live according to their sincerely held beliefs. In 1993, the U.S. Congress determined that the U.S. Supreme Court diminished the First Amendment protections. Congress responded by passing the Religious Freedom Restoration Act. It's worth noting that RFRA was introduced then by Congressman Chuck Schumer in the House and by Senator Ted Kennedy in the U.S. Senate, and it was supported by Harry Reid and Nancy Pelosi and passed bipartisan support before being signed into law by President Bill Clinton. It remains law of the land to this day. In 1997, the Supreme Court determined that the federal RFRA could no longer be applied to state and local laws that prompted states to begin enacting their own RFRAs. Today, 28 states, including Rhode Island and Connecticut, and even Illinois, have adopted the RFRA at the state level. RFRA does not pick winners or losers. It simply provides guidelines for the courts when they are called upon to determine religious liberty cases. Those guidelines are in the form of two questions. Does the state have a compelling interest in enforcing someone to violate their sincerely held religious beliefs? And if it does have a compelling interest, then is the state fulfilling the compelling interest in the best and least restrictive way? Thank you.
All right, and thank you, Chair Pena-Melnick and Vice Chair Collison. James Vaughn, I'm a pastor on the Eastern Shore of Maryland and a member of Maryland Baptist for Biblical Values, which, again, over 200 churches with thousands of members that are part of those local congregations across our state. And I want to begin highlighting the historical significance of this moment, because it is fitting that Maryland considers this bill, because it was our assembly in 1649 that passed the groundbreaking Act Concerning Religion, also known as the Maryland Toleration Act. And this landmark legislation promised the free exercise of religion to all Christians for the first time in English law, establishing Maryland from our founding as the leader in religious liberty. And yes, you've heard already in testimony that we're behind the legacy that we should uphold within our state. And this proposed bill, HB 1019, it does that. It codifies the protections for the free exercise of religion, and this bill upholds the foundational principles of liberty and strengthens the right of free exercise of conscience in our state. Moreover, this bill does align with other declarations of rights by strengthening Article 36, which, of course, I know this distinguished committee is considering taking some things out of. So I believe this is very important for what it is that you all are considering this legislative session. Now, the bill's definitions are key because it establishes clear legal framework for the protections of religious exercise, and it also protects those that are exercising their religious freedom and safeguards those protections at the state and the local level. Now, without clear guidelines, interpretation of religious freedom is left to the courts, leading to uncertainty, and unfortunately, Marylanders that run into these redresses have to go out of the state for protection. So I do hope that this 447th session continues our heritage and passes and allows this bill to continue to keep Maryland strong for religious freedom and liberty. Thank you so much for your time today.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair. It's nice to be here with you. I'm not a pastor, I'm a lawyer, and I'm a lifelong resident of Maryland. I grew up in Cecil County, and I now live in Kent County, a little piece of heaven on the other side of the bay called Wharton. When considering this, oh, I'm sorry, Brian Tome. Yes, ma'am. Yes. So it's a unique opportunity for Maryland when addressing this legislation because Maryland was founded in 1632 as a refuge for Catholics fleeing persecution in Europe. It also, as my colleagues have mentioned, the Maryland Toleration Act was the first time that any law had codified religious freedom in the Western world. It was a brand new concept and relatively groundbreaking at the time, but it's something that Americans love, and it's something that we've championed around the globe. The United States has been the biggest supporter of religious freedoms all around the world. And why is that the case? Well, it's because religious freedom underpins a democratic society. It allows for the inclusion of voices that do not share the majority values, policies, or approaches. Places that protect religious freedom often have healthier populations, more educational opportunities for men and women, and the highest level of earned income for men and women. In fact, research shows a close correlation between respect for religious freedom and a nation's economic prosperity. As a lifelong member of a resident of Maryland, I've been a member of churches here in Maryland and have participated in a lot of ministries that were intended to help the poor and the needy in our community. And these are great works that people are doing every day, and they're motivated by their firmly held religious convictions. And it's my opinion that in Maryland, we should do everything we possibly can to support those kind of works that take the burden off of the state to make those important changes and allow the people who feel their religiously held convictions to exercise them and meet those needs.
Thank you. I'm going to open it up for questions now. Are there any questions for the delegate? First, I have Delegate Rosenberg, followed by Delegate Shalega, followed by Johnson.
I introduced the same bill 20-some years ago because I felt that this was a Justice Scalia opinion in Smith v. Employment Division that struck down the compelling state interest test. And the bill got to the floor, but it lost there because it was opposed by the Catholic Church, who was concerned that in a post-Roe world, there could be someone would exert or would offer a religious exception to a restriction on abortion. And there were some groups on the left, most notably the ACLU, that opposed it because it thought that the enactment of a this test could permit religions to discriminate on the basis of sexual orientation in hiring. So if I could ask, where is the Catholic Church on your bill, and where is the Jewish community on your bill?
Yeah, thank you, Delegate, for the question. I do know that in your committee testimony, the Catholic Church has provided, I believe, a written letter of support there. I'm not aware that the Jewish community has taken a position one way or another. That's a fantastic question. I'd love to be able to get that letter of support as well. You know, we share our interest in the Baltimore Orioles, and now I found a new interest that we have together. So I appreciate you sharing that. I can reach out to them and find out where they stand.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
I have Delegate Shalega, followed by Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for being here. I love your pastor voices. I feel like it's Sunday. I'm going to ask you about an opposition letter that came from the State of Maryland Commission on Civil Rights. And they're saying that this bill could impede or would impede the Commission's ability to investigate complaints alleging unlawful discrimination and to seek enforcement of our laws where violations occur. So if one of you could respond to that opposition, it would be great. Thank you.
I think also on the fourth paragraph there, they just call the bill outright unnecessary, saying that the protections are enough in Article 36. As stated, there's a bill today that goes in and tries to carve up Article 36. So relevant there that we're shoring up not just the protections that are found in the Constitution, but adding to it a measure that is a balancing test. And that's the ultimate answer to your question, that this does not pick winners and losers. It just allows the church to say, either intentionally or unintentionally, if there is a law or a commission or a body that puts something forward as legislation or as ordinance, and it burdens religious exercise of an individual or an entity, that entity has their day in court with a statute that allows them to make a full argument saying the government has to use the least restrictive means of them achieving that goal. So it does not pick winners and losers. It just allows there to be a balancing test between the claims made by this letter and a religious entity that has strongly held religious convictions on a subject.
Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming today to talk to us about this bill. You referenced the federal government and 28 other states. Are those states, was it the same exact language that's in this bill?
What I have been told is that the language of the federal is almost exactly the same language in the state. John, can you help me on that?
Yeah, Delegate, I appreciate you bringing that. Unfortunately, our online testifier, who's basically an expert in this subject, was unable to get in today. But we can definitely find that out to see if it's in the same posture.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. I don't see any other, oh yeah, Delegate Kerr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delegate Schmidt, if the other bill that you and your panel refer to as undoing Article 36 does not pass, is your bill still necessary?
If Article 36 doesn't pass.
Yeah, as of right now, a state claim that is brought on religious protection within the Maryland system, according to the Court of Appeals, only receives intermediate scrutiny, which is the middle level scrutiny. If you file federally, you can reach for the federal RFRA, and they will consider in your Maryland case and potentially in that federal case articles from our Constitution. So I think it's either the first or second paragraph that talks about it as the duty of mankind to worship God. But later in Article 36, or we'll be discussing later on today, mentions other religious convictions as well. That's what they reference. And so even if the bill 822, which we'll hear later on today, if that fails, in order to have the Maryland Court of Appeals respect religion at the highest standard of scrutiny, this bill would still be necessary.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Thank you, Delegate. Thank you. Delegate Bagnall.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your thoughtful bill. I'm looking at the federal law, And I have a concern, which is that the federal law seems to speak to judicial relief, obtained appropriate relief against the government. But the bill that you have brought forth seems to go a step further and actually offer injunctive relief against individuals, officials, employees, or the entity by which the official or employee is employed. So is there a concern here that this actually goes significantly further than the federal law and could be utilized to attack individuals?
Yeah, thank you, Delegate. You know, I serve on the Judiciary Committee, and I sometimes pretend to be a lawyer. So I will defer. I have, two esteemed lawyers here next to me that probably have better answers for that. So.
Yeah. With an example, it might help Kurt Taylor narrow it, but certainly individuals that are working for government within their official capacity could be named as individuals that are have brought something forward, either a commissioner or an ordinance that has brought something forward that intentionally or unintentionally burdens religion. And so in the other states where that is enacted, perhaps it's the governor's ruling via executive order, and so the governor would be named there. That's the sort of, but it'd be in the official capacity that those remedies would be sought. When it comes to individuals, there are states that have considered peer-to-peer lawsuits. This bill doesn't go to that extent, but there are other states that have considered that.
Go ahead. Just to clarify, it does speak to compensatory damages against the official or employee. So would there be a concern that this could actually have a chilling effect on employees even working within the scope of their official capacity within the government?
Yeah, well, it does present a balancing test, and in the examples that I mentioned before are the ones that I'm familiar with, in which it's either a government executive, an executive council that has put forward an ordinance or a ruling or an order, and they are being sued in their capacity there, in their official capacity. We can talk more a bit about whether or not they're the word's escaping me, but whether or not there's a certain immunity for that person, for that government entity within their capacity, that can play out. But as of right now, the cases that I'm familiar with have to do with executive orders or executive ordinances that are put, and the named defendant there would be the government entity that puts it forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
I think it's the committee's bill now, so it's the fiscal note that we could probably address. And
So that is what I am about to ask you about.
We think a lot alike, Chair.
Well, I usually try not to ask any questions. I let the committee, and then sometimes I do. So I'm looking at the fiscal note. The fiscal note on page 6 states that the OAG will need about $185,500 on an annual basis because of the litigation that they expect. The Office of the Treasurer's Office states that they need $167,876 in 2026, and then it increased to $226,810 by fiscal 2030, and so forth. So when you look at the first page on the fiscal summary, on the small business effect, it says potential meaningful. And local effect also increases potentially significantly. State effect, state expenditure increase potentially significantly to account for costs associated with litigation anticipated under the bill. As you know, we can't pass a bill with this session, right? With that kind of fiscal note.
Yeah, I think the idea, obviously, when we put those notes in there fiscally, we never know exactly what the ramifications of them are going to be. So the idea is that the goal is that no one breaks this law and that we don't have to enact that. But I do understand the concern there regarding that. And potentially we could work on that. Potentially we could talk, with the committee about the compensatory damages and, maybe minimize that to a certain extent.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much.
Yep, you're welcome.
We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, committee.
Oh, you're welcome. Any other question for the delegate? All right. Thank you for your testimony and for being here with the committee. and for being patient as we ask the questions. You have a blessed day. Well, you do have someone virtually, Delegate.
Oh, did he get in the room? Okay.
It's David Gibbs.
Okay, if he's there.
He's not there? She said he's not there.
He's not there, okay.
Yeah, thought I would just call so that you know I did it. Thank you so
I
much.
wouldn't hold it against you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Delegate. This actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1019. Next, we have House Bill 850, Delegate Williams. Is she here? No? Will you be so kind if staff can give her a call? But we're going to call the next bill so we can keep going, okay? Delegate Hill, 855. And you're the only witness. How's that?
Time me.
It was.
Time me. Delegate Terry Hill for House Bill H55. Last year unanimously, we passed House Bill 999, creating a work group to study the feasibility and benefits of setting up a hub and network for sharing of scientific and technical data and other things for community to communicate and share information for possible economic benefit. The work group was not able to be set up. There were some issues with getting appointments done in time, and this bill would simply extend the time for that work group and its reporting period. I ask for a favorable report.
Oh my God, that's a first.
Because it is possible.
Let's see if there's questions for Delegate Hill. Oh, everyone? Okay, I don't think there, oh yes, a real one, Delegate Hutchinson. Oh, Delegate Kaiser and then Delegate Hutchinson.
Delegate Hill, thank you, Madam Chair. Delegate Hill, I have a 7-part question for you.
Please, by all means, I'm all ears.
The real question, this is essentially extending what you were trying to do last year in a bill.
Correct.
Thank you.
And we've actually decreased some of the number of members to make it easier. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for not doing what Delegate Hill does, to ask 10 questions.
She did exactly what I do. She got to the point.
Because you know, because you know what? Here, you're allowed. Now, you went there and you set yourself up. Now, take it. We allow one question for people to know. Try not to, maybe, most times I allow a second. Ask your question without a story, just ask the question. Delegate Hill is not what she does, but we roll with it. But she's learning. You did well today. Delegate Hutchinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually have a 7-point question, but I will wait until subcommittee to answer that question.
Thank you. I like that. Okay, Delegate Hill, thank you. This concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 855.
You want me to go to my next one?
Actually, I have Delegate Schmidt. Is he here? No? Oh, no. Was that, okay, sorry. And Delegate Williams is not here. So Delegate Hill, why don't you go back and do the other one?
If I have any witnesses and panel, let's come on up.
And for the witnesses that are here, sometimes a me too is so appreciated, especially when it's a long day. Go ahead.
All right, Terry Hill for House Bill 822, Declaration of Rights, Religious Freedoms, Religious Tests, and Oaths and Affirmations. You know, in literature, and I refer to, I'm thinking of Delegate Kerr because he likes to bring us along artistically. In literature, there is a device called Chekhov's law, and it basically says that if you introduce a gun in the beginning of Act 1, you need to use it by the end of the play. And what we have in our state constitution is some obsolete and dead letter provisions, meaning that we have language which has been deemed by the U.S. Supreme Court as far back as 1961 to not be constitutional. It is language that we don't enforce. It is language that we don't follow, but it stays in there. My concern is that if we continue to keep it in there, somebody's going to use it one day, and it can indeed cause harm. Specifically, HB 822 removes religious tests and religious attestations from oaths and affirmations. It also, just as a side, also takes the opportunity to change exclusionary gendered language to gender-neutral language. But the real point of it is to take out provisions that essentially say that if you don't believe in a monotheistic God, that you can't sit on a jury. And there's been some opposition that says, this is a move to take God out of the Constitution. This is not a move to take God out of the Constitution. And in fact, our preamble states clearly that we, the people of the state of Maryland, grateful to Almighty God for our civil and religious liberty and taking into our serious consideration the best means of establishing a good Constitution of this state for the sure foundation and more permanent security thereof, declare. But what it does do is it looks to remove. Again, the key provision is that it says in Article 37, this is how it reads, that no religious test ought ever to be required as a qualification for any office of profit or trust in the state other than a declaration of belief in the existence of God. That is the language I would like to remove. And then it goes on to say earlier that nothing shall prohibit or require the making reference to belief in, reliance upon, or invoking the aid of God or a supreme being in any governmental or public document, proceeding, activity, ceremony, school, institution, or place. We've looked to remove that, but I'm certainly open to leaving that part in because it does say we shall neither prohibit nor require. But in essence, the final part is Article 39, very significantly, that says that in the manner of administering an oath or affirmation to any person ought to be such as those of religious persuasion, profession, and domination of which he is a member, generally esteemed in the most effectual confirmation by the attestation of the designed being, because as it says, it is the duty of all men to worship God. So just trying to make sure we're not leaving guns sitting around in Act 1 and then regretting it when it finally goes off and somebody's denied the opportunity to be on jury duty, or having some other right that we just assume they have taken away from them. And that's the bill.
What is next?
Go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Dan.
Good afternoon.
I'm sorry, what?
Good afternoon.
Oh, sorry. Good afternoon. My name is Dan Meyer. I'm a resident of District 10, and I want to explain why you should support HB 822. Contrary to claims by detractors, this bill will not remove God from the Constitution, as Terry said. Although the U.S. Constitution makes no mention of God or a supreme being and seems to be okay, the state constitution does, and it will continue to even after this bill. The purpose of this bill is to remove the illegal religious tests requirements from the Constitution. Why do I say they're illegal? Because the First and 14th Amendments guarantee us freedom of religion and equal protection, and Article 6 bans religious tests. Don't just take my word for it. The U.S. Supreme Court explicitly said so in the 9-0 Torcaso v. Watkins decision. Article 2 of the Maryland Declaration of Rights says that in the event of a conflict between the Maryland and U.S. Constitution, the U.S. Constitution is the supreme law of the land. The purpose of this bill is only to remove the illegal religious tests and requirements guaranteeing true religious freedom for all. The government's role should be to guarantee the right to believe or not believe whatever you want, to worship if and how you choose. Its role isn't to interfere with your practice of religion by requiring you to worship or coercing you into espousing a belief in a particular religion or any religion. If this bill proceeds to a vote, undoubtedly some of you will vote no. Someone may ask you why you voted no. Will you say, I believe it's appropriate to discriminate against fellow citizens based on their religious belief despite the U.S. Constitution? Or will you quickly dismiss the question, claiming that it takes God out of the Constitution when it doesn't? Much like the religious text this bill seeks to outlaw, it will be easy to falsely claim whatever is expedient, but that just goes to show how limited the value of a religious test is. When someone could simply say, I believe, when they don't. The test guarantees neither piety nor virtue, let alone truth. It only seeks to denigrate and humiliate minorities and shame them for not belonging to the majority. Historically, it has been used against members of minority religions, including Jews, Unitarians, and Quakers. Maryland should join the other 43 states that ban this sort of discrimination once and for all, so I ask for your support of this bill.
Please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is William Blake. I am an associate professor in the Department of Political Science at UMBC. Today, I appear in my private capacity to testify in favor of House Bill 822. In my First Amendment Freedoms course, I teach Torcaso versus Watkins, whereas others have mentioned, a unanimous Supreme Court held that portions of Article 37 of the Maryland Declaration of Rights violate the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment. The Maryland Constitution diverges from language in the United States Constitution, which declares in Article 6 that no religious test ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust under the United States, and contains no subsequent language making an exception for requiring people to declare a belief in God. It is ironic that Maryland, whose colonial origins are so closely tied with religious tolerance, should be such a constitutional outlier on this particular issue. Only the constitutions of Arkansas, Maryland, Mississippi, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, and Texas contain religious test provisions. Now, members of the committee might be tempted to ask, so long as religious tests are unenforceable, why should we care about a legal dead letter? After all, codes of law are rarely as clean or as up-to-date as we might like. My response is simple. Constitutions are more than just a set of legal rules. They are a statement of values. It took Alabama until 2020 to eliminate the obsolete language from its state constitution mandating educational segregation. This bill does essentially the same thing, and I would challenge any opponent of this bill to clarify whether they would have also opposed Alabama's recent efforts. No state can condition access to its justice system or its halls of power on the profession of religious belief and call itself a democracy. Religious tests are odious to a freedom-loving people, and the Maryland Constitution ought to say as much. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Before I open it for question, Delegate Williams, we're going to take a break because we have a backroom meeting. And then we're going to come back and finish the hearings. We have 4 bills, and I'll call you first. So I would say probably for the next, I don't know how long this bill will take, this bill hearing, and then probably another 25 minutes, okay?
I can come back.
Thank you. Didn't want you to sit there just in case. I know you're busy.
Okay, thank you.
So we're going to open it up for questions now from the committee. Any question? Oh, right, I did write Kaiser, Delegate Kaiser. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delegate Hill, my question's a little unusual, but do you see any way that your bill and the bill from Delegate Schmidt could kind of work together in some ways? They're wanting religious freedom, and so are you. And so do you see some similarities?
Well, we're dealing with specific language, so I think we're going after the same things. I'm not sure we're approaching it in the same way, and I'm not sure that the outcomes are the same.
Okay, thank you.
And this doesn't cost any money.
All right. Any other questions? Delegate Chisholm.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're
I just want to
welcome.
make sure I understand. So when we go into state court and we swear an oath, we would take God out at this point?
Well, at this point, we don't swear a state oath to God. No Constitution or other officers. We swear to the Constitution. We take an oath to uphold the Constitution. We do not swear to God at all.
Whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God is what we say.
May I respond to that?
Sure.
The last time that I was in traffic court, which was a long time ago, the oath was, do you affirm under the penalty of perjury that the information you're about to give is correct to the best of your knowledge, information, or belief? The word God was never in the oath. There was no swearing. I'll point out that there are politicians who I know who are religious who object to swearing to God because that could be construed as a violation of the 10 Commandments. Orthodox Jews may object to that.
May I follow up? I'm just trying to understand when this is going to apply.
Well, the fact of the, well, you can go.
I know you said you brought a gun to something that we might run into later. But.
I know I'm giving some leeway, but.
I'm just trying to figure out what problem we're trying to solve going forward.
The issue is that there's language in the Maryland Constitution that, according to a unanimous Supreme Court's understanding of the Establishment Clause, not the Free Exercise Clause, which would be impacted by the RFRA bill, that it's a legal dead letter. And so it has not been enforced for the last 60 years. So nothing would change other than the text of the Maryland Constitution to make sure that the way it reads is consistent with its obligations under the Supremacy Clause to the United States Constitution.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you very much. We do have next Tim Schultz, Ken Phelps. Actually, you know what, since that was a favorable, let me call it unfavorable to be balanced. Do you mind? Thank you. Jonathan Alexander.
Thank you, Chairwoman and members. As stated, my name is Jonathan Alexander, an attorney and legislative counsel for the Maryland Family Institute in strong opposition to House Bill 822. This bill is wrong as it seeks to erase 4 references to God from our state's Declaration of Rights. You know, it wasn't just this past week or this past hour that God became important to this state. It's not just in good times or in bad times, but it is the faith that has been important in the governing ideals of this state and the daily life of its citizens, particularly when they gather together for civic duties. I know that because I know many of you that carry that legacy of faith into your work here in your official capacity. You either are fighting injustice or upholding righteousness or doing good to your fellow man, not because evolution says you should, but because God has placed that in your heart and you're right to do so, and we as citizens benefit because you do so. And so for many of you, for many Marylanders that are moved and compelled and convinced that when we come together as a state, that something should define us, that it's not might that makes right, it's not popularity that makes something good, but it is righteousness that can exalt a commonwealth of people. So it is natural that when we participate in our civic duty, even jury duty, when we come together, that we're not relying on our personal ambition or opinions, but we reach to something higher. We invoke an affirmation or an oath to God in some critical and life or death matters that often occur during official proceedings. You don't necessarily have to take my word for it, but the argument to keep God in the state probably comes best from Harriet Tubman, who says, "It wasn't me, O Lord, it was you. I always told you I trust in you. I don't know where to go or what to do, but I expect that you lead me," and he always did. It's a message that Maryland should let God lead them, continue to lead them in the state by rejecting this bill.
Excellent timing. Are there any questions? Delegate Johnson, followed by Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for testifying. Since you're an attorney, any of the 4 areas that you spoke of taking God out, do you see where any of those areas may be discriminatory towards any of our citizens in Maryland from performing any of duties that any other people can perform?
If you're able to just rephrase the question, removing God, does that limit a citizen from being a full participant?
Does that discriminate, is it discriminatory towards certain citizens to not allow them to perform functions that other citizens may be able to perform?
Yeah, as of now, there are no citizens that are limited from performing those actions with the language that is in there now, and so it becomes an unnecessary exercise to pick and choose particular parts of our Constitution, those that reference God, and claim that it will attract or allow for more citizens' participation. So the corollary in their original argument just isn't there yet.
Madam Chair, follow-up. So jury duty was mentioned, for instance. So it would not affect anyone from performing that duty?
If individuals are still able to swear either by the Constitution, as was mentioned, or swear an oath, something, what the principle of that oath or that statement is saying that I will incur or allow the penalties to come to me if I lie in this civic body, in this judicial proceeding. So citizens can still participate as witnesses, juries can still participate and follow the constitutional requirement to have juries on certain cases and do so with the four mentions of God still in the Constitution.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Hill.
Thank you. So I think, I want to be clear, I think what you're describing is our current practice, not what's written. So I want to read to you the Constitution as it reads now that we're ignoring because we don't find that it is consistent with the U.S. Constitution. I want you to tell me if I misunderstand. It currently says that as it is the duty of every man to worship God in such manner as he thinks most acceptable to him, all persons are equally entitled to protection in their religious liberty, wherefore no person ought by any law to be molested in person or estate on account of the religious persuasion or profession or his religious practice, unless, under the color of religion, they shall disturb the good order, peace, or safety of the state, or injure others in their natural, civil, or religious rights, nor ought any person be compelled to frequent or maintain or contribute unless on contract to maintain any place of worship or any ministry, nor shall any person otherwise competent be deemed incompetent as a witness or juror on account of his religious belief, provided he believes in the existence of God. So I'm reading it to mean that provided you believe in the existence of God, you shall not be denied any of those things. But if you don't believe in the existence of God, we can deny you those rights.
In your reading of it, it sort of conflates two things. The first half of it discusses the duty, the responsibility of, in the founding of Maryland and continuing today, for citizens, every man, as it says, to worship God in the manner that is most acceptable to them, that they can't lose their personhood or their estate is how it continues. But there is a limiting factor, and the limiting factor there is that one cannot use the color of their religion to disturb good order or peace or safety or injure others. So that's a limiting on one's projection of their faith to injure others. It also says there's no requirement for church attendance, but it does say that when you get to the point of being a juror or a witness in a civic or a judicial setting, the Declaration of Rights is clearly reaching to something else. It is saying that it is not by force of the individual's state of truth or their perception of things or evolution, but they must reach to something that is an absolute in existence in order to properly serve as giving truth that can be undeniable. And that's, obviously the standard that we uphold in our court system and does not lie. And to do so, not relying on the individual's personal beliefs, but relying on an objective truth is what the Declaration of Rights is leaning towards. But that is after it goes through not just the religious duty of individuals, but the inability of someone to project that faith onto others in order to further their ends. So it is as clear of a balance as you can get in terms of what is the original purpose for coming together as a commonwealth or a state, especially in our civic duties, that we're doing so as a purpose, which was worshiping God, honoring God in recognition of the supreme being that led to the founding of this state.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've made my point. Thank you.
Right. Delegate Rosenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The proponents of the bill have cited a Supreme Court case, which they say renders the provision in Maryland's Constitution unconstitutional. Do you not consider that decision to be binding?
Well, I think certain cases that have followed what our understanding of Establishment Clause jurisdiction as recently as the Coach Kennedy case in 22 and 23, where the Lemon test that was otherwise saying that this is a law that is, if an observer were to look at it, say it props up a religion unduly, that's the standard that the court is looking at now. They had this within their rubric, the decision that they made, and they still said in terms of an Establishment Clause case, the Lemon test in that rubric is no longer the standard that we're looking at. And so if this were to be brought as a lawsuit, which the proponents can still do, they'd have the opportunity to to make their claim against the Supreme Court standard. But not that that case is overridden, but certainly the Establishment Clause rubric as it is now has invalidated the Lemon Test. And so there's the opportunity for them to make their claim. One way not to do that is by eliminating it outright, that portion from our Constitution, but other portions as well. With the chair's permission, can I answer the question that the delegate asked about an individual in their official capacity from 1019? Well, I appreciate that. The language, it was in the subparagraph right afterwards. It just said if they had such a departure from their official duties. So within their official duties, they still seem to be safe, can shift the burden to their official capacity if they've burdened someone's speech. But the compensatory damages come in if they're acting in their official capacity, but so outside of it as to burden someone's religion. So it's a complete departure from their role or their official responsibilities.
And thank you for being so patient as we ask the questions, okay? We have Delegate Shaleka.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Jonathan, I'm reading the next sentence after the one that you and Delegate Hill in the Constitution were speaking of, and it says, "Nothing shall prohibit or require the making reference to belief in, reliance upon, or invoking the aid of God or a supreme being in any governmental or public document, proceeding, activity, ceremony, school, institution, or place." So would that sentence then negate the need for this bill before us?
Yeah, I think that's the theme today. The following sentence answers the question. So right after, and in order for their bill to pass, they would be eliminating this. So what allows an individual to participate in a proceeding, activity, ceremony, or school without having to make reference to the belief in God is that very sentence. So if you keep it in there, or if we keep the Constitution as is, we won't run into the issues that was brought up. So I think the Constitution and our body has done a good job working through it and even providing nullification language within its own paragraph. So.
All right. Seeing no other questions, thank you so much. You have a blessed evening,
Certainly,
okay?
you too.
I am going to call next a panel. Actually, before the unfavorable, we have something new. We have an info. So let's call the info. If you could bring the person up virtually, please. So we heard from a favorable, we heard from an unfavorable, now we're hearing from an info, okay? They're not in. And the name for the record is Ryan Janey. Ryan Janey? Okay. It's okay. Don't worry. It's check and balances here. All right. Good afternoon, sir. Will you be so kind? And as soon as you're able, you can start your testimony. And welcome to the Health and Government Operations Committee.
Thank you very much. So I am.
You're welcome.
Perhaps I clicked the wrong button. I did mean to register in support of this bill, not just as info.
Oh, you're in support. Okay. Well, you know what? While you're at it, just give it. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Ryan Jane, and I'm Senior Policy Counsel with the FFRF Action Fund, which has about 1,000 advocates in Maryland. And this is a great bill. The continued presence of this language in the state constitution is not just a harmless relic of the past. Now, I just want to make a few more points on that topic. So it undercuts our modern understanding of religious liberty and of state-church separation. It lends support to blasphemy laws around the world. It reinforces the widespread stigma against non-religious Americans. So this is a long overdue change. First, in some countries, the nonviolent and victimless crime of blasphemy is punishable by serious penalties, sometimes including death. And when the United States condemns places like Pakistan or Nigeria for arresting a citizen for lack of their religious beliefs, those officials should not be able to point to Maryland as supporting its cause through its state constitution. Second point, although the discriminatory language is currently unenforceable, Elsewhere in the country, we've seen this unenforceable kind of zombie language spring back to life due to changing legal circumstances. We saw this in my own home state of Wisconsin following the overturn of Roe v. Wade. And it's an important reminder, given the state of the U.S. Supreme Court and the witness you just heard from, should be some alarm bells ringing. The future of blasphemy laws and religious liberty is in serious turmoil. It is uncertain at best. The strong federal precedent that renders Maryland's state constitutional language unenforceable, unfortunately, cannot be relied on. Maryland should correct this archaic mistake now. And finally, I want to point out that there is an ongoing stigma against non-believers, even though more than a quarter of the country today are non-religious. As currently written, the Maryland Constitution reinforces that stigma against atheists. So now is the time to change that. Please support HB 822, and I'd be happy to answer any question.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. Will you be so kind and bring whoever is virtually? Okay, I have Kashina Cross, Mayor of Glenarden. It's a virtual info, and she's not there.
It says she's joining, but it's taking like 5 minutes.
How about Laura Stewart?
I let her in the room again.
She's what? It's not connecting. Okay. All right, so why don't we bring the Ken Phelps and Tim Schultz? Is Mr. Tim Schultz here from the First Amendment Partnership? I don't see the person here, so let the record reflect that we called them and they were not here. Mr. Phelps, how are you?
I am well, Madam Chair. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking.
Well, no, very well. And Madam Vice Chair as well, and members of the committee. I'm Ken Phelps. I am not a lawyer. I'm a priest and also a pastor. I'm here on behalf of the Diocese of Maryland. We're talking about 16 laws in the 1600s. We were established in 1692 as the state religion. And I'm here today in favor of this bill. And I think what I just want to impress upon you is that, God, however you want to define him, is not insecure. And certainly insecure enough to have 4 instances in the Constitution, removed, And if I think I just want to simply say, if we get so hung up on things like this, if we really believe in God and want to honor God, eradicate poverty, make healthcare free, give someone a right, to live and to be educated. That's how you worship God. That's how you honor God. We also believe, we believe in the freedom of religion, but we also believe in the freedom of non-religion. Someone is free to not believe in God. Again, God is not insecure. So that's really it. And I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Any questions for this witness? And thank you for being with us and lending your voice to many of these bills, okay?
Well, thank you.
You take good care. How about, let's just call the last 2 witnesses again. Laura Stewart? No? And how about Kashina Cross? Okay, so this actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 822. We are going to take I will probably say a break until 4:25. We have 4 bills left, and the order is going to be in the following manner when we get back. Delegate Williams, 850. Delegate Gazzoni, 819. Delegate Lopez, 849, and we will end with House Bill 867. So 4 bills left. See you at 4:25. Those of you that be so kind and come, thank you. panel, please? Absolutely, take your time. Thank you. All right. So we're live. Thank you so much for giving us the grace to allow us to have a little bit of a break. It wasn't really a break because we had to meet and do some things, but I know you waited, so thank you for being patient. We have 4 bills left: House Bill 850, House Bill 819, House Bill 849, and the last bill will be 867. Remember that we do a lot of work in subcommittee in this committee, all right? So Delegate Williams, House Bill 850, Procurement Public Work Contracts Data Dashboard, Maryland Public Works and Apprenticeship Transparency Act. Good afternoon, and thank you for your patience.
Oh, no problem. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Cullison, and members of the Health and Government Operations Committee. I'm Delegate Nicole Williams, representing District 22, and I will be testifying in support of House Bill 850. This bill will require the Commissioner of Labor and Industry within the Maryland Department of Labor to develop a graphic data dashboard displayed on the Maryland Labor website with information regarding workers and wages for ongoing public works contracts. Contractors will be required to submit this information to the Commissioner once a week, and the Commissioner will be obligated to update the data dashboard for the public at least once a month. Instituting such a dashboard will reflect our state's commitment to transparency, fair wages, and the development of a skilled and competitive workforce. By establishing this database, Maryland would demonstrate its responsible use of state resources to both workers and taxpayers while elevating our standards for equitable labor practices. I know this committee knows a thing or two about dashboards, as you recently passed out a public health dashboard. And so I think if we can do this for public health, we can do this for wages and for apprenticeships. So with that, I ask this committee for a favorable report on House Bill 850. Thank you.
You're welcome. Who would you like to go next, Delegate?
Mr. Mano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Vice Chair, good to see you. Members of the committee, Roger Mano, Mano and Associates, on behalf of the Mid-Atlantic Pipe Trades of the United Association, also their 200 signatory contractors represented by the Mechanical Contractors Association of Metro Washington. We want to thank Delegate Williams for putting in this important legislation. You have my written testimony. This bill is based off of 2 successful bills in Nevada and New York that create 2 phenomenal databases, one on prevailing wage and payroll, and the other on certified apprentices. That's an issue that I'm sure is near and dear to your hearts, given the RAISE Act and some other legislation that's moving through the legislature. Those databases were able to help increase certified apprenticeships by, I think, about 15%. and reduce wage theft and misclassification by something like 18% and bring in about 21% more unrealized revenues from payroll, from whether it's workers' comp, unrealized workers' comp, unemployment insurance, FICA, and general earned wages. So with those, we think this is a great opportunity for the state to join the other states that have made these moves, and we'd ask for a favorable report.
Dear chairs and members of the House Government Operations Committee and Senate Finance Committee, I appreciate the opportunity to testify to support the Maryland Apprenticeship and Prevailing Wage Transparency Act. As an organizer of the Mid-Atlantic Pipe Trades Association, I spend my days visiting construction sites, talking with workers about their rights, union representation, and industry standards. These conversations often reveal troubling realities. Workers who are not being paid what they are owed, who have been misclassified by their employers, or who are facing other labor violations. When workers tell me they aren't receiving their proper wages under Maryland's prevailing wage laws, I help them navigate the process to filing complaints with the Maryland Department of Labor, the Maryland and D.C. Attorney General, and the U.S. Department of Labor. In cases of misclassification, licensing violations, and overtime abuse, I connect them with legal counsel to pursue their rights. Wage theft and worker misclassification are not abstract problems. They are realities I encounter every day. Contractors who misclassify workers are as independent contractors to do so to avoid paying taxes, workers' compensation, and overtime, shifting the burden onto workers and law-abiding businesses. Without proper oversight, these practices persist, undercutting honest contractors and denying workers the wages and protections they are due. Workers frequently report that they are not receiving the required prevailing wage and are being underpaid or paid under the table, or are forced to work overtime without proper compensation. Without a transparent payroll records database, these violations remain hidden, and enforcement is inconsistent at best. The creation of a certified apprenticeship and prevailing wage database is essential. Similar measures in New York have resulted in 21%, like Roger Mano mentioned, increase in recovered lost wages, and a significant reduction in worker misclassification violations. Nevada's apprenticeship tracking system has led to a 12% increase in program completion rates and better compliance from apprenticeship sponsors. Maryland stands to benefit in the same way, ensuring fair competition, workforce accountability, and economic integrity.
Thank you for being here, and thank you for the work you do, okay? Next, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the House Government Operations Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of the Maryland Apprenticeship and Prevailing Wage Transparency Act. My name is Julius Wright, and I represent UA Plumbers and Gas Fitters Local 5, which has trained and employed skilled tradespeople in the Washington, D.C. area since 1890, with over 1,800 highly trained professionals, including 300 apprentices. Local 5 upholds industry excellence and safety. This legislation strengthens Maryland's labor standards, ensure responsible use of taxpayer dollars, and combats wage theft and workers' misclassification. By establishing databases to monitor prevailing wage compliances and apprenticeship program, Maryland follows successful models from states like Nevada and New York, preventing fraud and protecting workers' wage theft and misclassification, denying workers fair wages and benefits while allowing bad actors to evade tax obligations. Transparency in prevailing wage compliance, as seen in New York, reduces fraud and ensures fair competition among contractors. Building a strong workforce, Maryland's union apprenticeship program sets the industry standards. A statewide apprenticeship database would enhance accountability, track program success, and strengthen workforce development. Nevada has shown that such oversight increases program completion rates and economic growth. A sound economic investment recovering lost tax revenue from wage theft and misclassification allows Maryland to reinvest in infrastructure and essential services, ensuring fair competition benefits responsible contractors and the state economy. Conclusion. The Maryland Apprenticeship and Prevailing Wage Transparency Act is a smart investment that strengthens our workforce, protects taxpayers, and ensures fair labor practices. I urge the support to improve oversight, workforce development, and economic integrity. Thank you for this consideration.
You're welcome. Donna Edwards, will you please so kind and come up, please? I saw you come in and you're on this panel.
Yes.
If you could just bring a chair, just pull one up right next to Roger.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Donna Edwards. I'm president of the Maryland State and DC AFL-CIO. We definitely are in strong support of this bill. You've already heard it. I'm not going to repeat. We have put in our testimony. I would just say that I've spent a couple years on the 2030 Task Force for Apprenticeship, and the one thing that Maryland does not have is data. We just don't have the data, and we're trying to expand programs, we're trying to build on programs, and we have no benchmark and no landmark from which to build from. So anytime that we can look at what would be important to see what our outcomes are, and particularly tracking the outcomes for workers. We can tell you, oh, we've got so many new businesses that have done this, and we've got so many new businesses that took that tax credit to keep the jobs and have the jobs, and we have so many new apprentices, but we can't tell you where they are, what they're doing, and we can't tell you the outcome, that they are in a middle-class job 3 years, 5 years out. We've got to build some middle-class jobs in Maryland because we need the economy to grow. And we're not going to grow that by not following and not asking what is the outcome of our investments. And I think that this bill goes a long way in doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm going to open it up for questions now from the committee. Delegate Hill.
Thank you for the bill, Delegate Williamson. I don't know if you can answer it or you want to give it to one of your panelists, but I understand how it increases the ability to identify wage theft and so on. I'm not clear how the dashboard actually increased apprenticeship completion.
Sure. I'll let Mr. Mano answer that.
Yeah, thank you, Delegate Hill. So as I understand it, just the publicly facing database increased certified apprenticeships as opposed to apprenticeships that don't go through the appropriate certifications. So we're talking largely union apprenticeships, and it helped organizing as well.
I may have to, I'll follow up offline. Thank you.
I guess I had a similar, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I had a similar type of question. Like how are we tracking, what's the win here? And just for the record, I want to say, Mr. Bonilla, you related to Darwin?
No.
Okay, I was about to say, it's like all his family's up in here. Okay. Okay, so, yes, just making sure. Sorry. Just making sure that, how are we measuring what's the win? Like that, to make sure that, like, as Ms. Edwards says, that these people are graduating and staying in good middle-class jobs.
You want to answer that? Sure.
So one of the things that this would help is right now, anybody in the state of Maryland, all they have to do is go to the Department of Labor website and sign up and get a apprenticeship license. But that doesn't mean that they're in a registered apprenticeship. So just having this card and being able to show it on a job site is not enough. Some people don't have the education to understand that this card is not enough, and therefore, if we had the database, we can see if this person is actually enrolled in a registered apprenticeship rather than counting on this person to know if he is or not, then we can actually track if he is. So being able to track that, now the company will have to put him in a registered apprenticeship, whether that's union or non-union, just be in a registered apprenticeship overall.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Delegate Williams, did you see the letter from the Maryland Department of Labor?
I did, and no, we've been trying to schedule a time to sit down and chat. I know they have concerns about being able to do this with existing resources, and so, but yes, we have been in conversation. We'll continue.
Yeah,
to
they
be.
said that they do not currently have the technological ability to implement the provisions of House Bill 850. And then the fiscal note said that it will cost millions of dollars to implement.
So there's a couple things that we've been trying to explore. We actually had a conversation with the Comptroller's Office, and they are in the process of putting together a public-facing database on a number of different issues. And so we've been having conversations with them to see if this is something that they will be able to support with the resources that they are already spending for the database that they are in the process of constructing. So we're trying to figure out a way to work around that.
Okay. Well, let us know, because you know that we're not able to pass anything more than $75,000.
We know, yes.
So let us know, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
other questions? Delegate?
No, it's redundant. I was really just going to ask if you'd had those conversations with the department to know how you're going to maintain this database with them.
We're trying to figure that out.
Okay. Vice Chair Collison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We heard a bill earlier today about the coordination of data, gathering data. Each of the agencies is now being required to have a chief data officer. I think that's what it's called. Seems to me if that bill is successful, there would be the capacity in each of the agencies to be able to do this, or the Department of, including the Department of Labor. Do you think that's the case?
Yeah, Madam Vice Chair, I would also add that, as I mentioned before, the RAISE Act, the intent of that bill is to create thousands or tens of thousands or more than that of so-called apprentices. Department of Labor is going to need to track all of those tens of thousands of new apprentices. They're therefore going to either have to do that with existing resources or create some kind of IT procurement. They've testified that they would be able to do so under their existing resources and the line item in the FY26 budget that the governor has already submitted to the legislature. So given that, it may make sense, at least on the apprentice part of this bill, to include this bill or the apprentice part of this bill, the apprentice database, as an amendment to the RAISE Act, if in fact it's true that they have the resources to track all those apprentices right now.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Okay. I don't see any other questions. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Okay, and for your leadership. And keep me posted.
I will. Thank you.
Next, I'm going to call a favorable with amendment, just to be balanced, and that is Sean Malone. Will you please come up? And afterwards, I'll call the remainder favorable panel, okay?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Sean Malone on behalf of the Associated Builders and Contractors and the Maryland Minority Contractors Association. We also support this bill. The data is important. We have registered apprentice programs, the only multi-craft training center in Baltimore City, multi-craft training center in Prince George's County, programs throughout the state, re-entry programs that are also certified. This information is very important. We could work with the Department of Labor to add some more information to this. I think would be helpful to the database. But what does concern us, as much as this information is already reported to the Department of Labor in our prevailing wage certified payroll. And from a contractor standpoint, we do those reports, we do them already. If there's something else that they want us to include on that report to accomplish this goal, we're happy to do that. We just don't want to have to file another weekly report with the department. But we're happy to work with the sponsor, and if the money's there, we're certainly in support of this program. That's all we have.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much. We're going to go to the last two witnesses for this bill, Mr. Ray Baker and Elizabeth Bobo. Is that former Delegate Bobo? Oh, she's not here? Okay, go ahead. We got excited for a minute there. Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Ray Baker. I'm the Maryland Director of the Baltimore, D.C. Building Trades.
I echo some of what you've heard from some of our affiliate constituents thus far, so I will not be redundant in that. You have I have my written testimony as well. I would like to echo real quick Delegate Vice Chair Cullison's point that we've heard even in a bill earlier today with regard to Chair Wilson's bill about local apprenticeships. There were questions from a number of delegates in this committee about how to measure or track the data. This bill, I knew we were coming back before you guys later this afternoon. This bill would be a step that would allow us to do that. There are a number of apprenticeship bills, as we've heard some of the other panelists allude to, that are coming before you all. Indeed, there are even a number that are being sponsored by the governor and that are included in his budget. We do believe that there is opportunity to build out the framework and financially account for the technical and infrastructural capacity to be able to build this database. Additionally, building this database will enable us to have more accurate readings of other apprenticeship-based ideas, legislation, and policies that we seek to enact. And with that, I urge a favorable report from this committee.
Thank you very much. No, it's a great bill, right? And I will probably say, without voting, I'll speak for myself that, some of us would support it, but the fiscal note is the reality. And if you come here and a bill doesn't get through this session, it's because, as you know, it is tough, right?
Chair, we are all reading the papers. We all understand.
I don't want you to leave thinking you don't get any
certainly,
love.
I appreciate it, but I did just want to call back the attention from our conversation earlier this afternoon. There were some folks who had questions. Hopefully, we can find ways to wrap those all in together.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Appreciate it. We do have one more, and it was Jonathan Bolden, and I was told that he's not there virtually. But let the record reflect that we did call him. So this actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 850. Let's move on to 819, Delegate Gazzoni. Will you bring your panel? And I have Tom Cole, Benjamin Nichols, Trey Bates, and Bill McQuaid. If you can come up. There are no virtual witnesses, and these are the witnesses for this bill. House Bill 819, Procurement Employee Stock Ownership Plan Preference Pilot. I was going to say bring a chair. Thank you. Good afternoon, Delegate, and you waited patiently. And those of you that are waiting and have been waiting all day, thank you so much, okay? Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the Health and Government Operations Committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Pam Gazzoni, and I represent Howard County's District 13. Today, I'm here in support of House Bill 819, which will establish a pilot procurement program that gives up to a 5% price preference in state government contracting to employee stock ownership plan companies. Before jumping in, I also want to thank my panel for sticking around because it's been a long day. I'm very appreciative. So, what is, just so you know, this is abbreviated to ESOP. So what is an ESOP? Again, ESOP stands for Employee Stock Ownership Plan. It's a special type of business structure recognized by the IRS in which all employees are part owners and participate in the corporate profits. If you work for an ESOP, when the business succeeds, you and all your coworkers succeed too. The structure and incentives of ESOPs are powerful tools for increasing employee motivation and engagement, which improves the financial performance of the entire company. ESOPs also increase employee retention because employees who remain with their employer the longest contribute the most to their to the company's success, gaining more retirement assets. The data reflects this. Nationally, ESOP retirees have more than twice the average retirement savings as their fellow Americans. And since employees are more likely to stay, ESOPs have less turnover and therefore less recruitment costs. Those are some of the things that make ESOPs unique. But what's this pilot program about? You'll hear more from my panel, but I see the pilot as an opportunity for the state to benefit from companies with committed workforces, with high standards, and which are focused on completing work on time and on budget. I see this as a win-win situation. The state gets to work with proven businesses, including a known and steady workforce, and the business and its employee owners continue to thrive. Maryland would not be alone in elevating ESOPs. In Maine, a permanent ESOP procurement program was adopted, and since then, they have seen their number of ESOPs double. A similar program has been adopted in Tennessee and by the U.S. Department of Defense in 2024. Under this 3-year pilot program, ESOPs may be prioritized for procurement contracts of up to $80 million from the Maryland Stadium Authority and the University of Maryland, University System of Maryland, including Morgan State, St. Mary's College of Maryland, and the Baltimore City Community College. These entities were chosen because this is a pilot program, and we believe limiting its reach will allow the state to learn and better understand the impacts of the program. I would like to share, particularly Madam Chair, that I became aware of the University System's unfavorable letter yesterday afternoon. We've already reached out and will work to resolve the challenges there. Bottom line, ESOPs are a powerful tool to address economic inequality. They literally create generational wealth. I believe we can and should recognize and reward those firms that are structured to share the wealth, and I request a favorable report on HB 819. Thank you.
Thank you. And let me let you know that I'm not surprised that you already follow up. You're very.
Good afternoon. My name is Ben Nichols. Sorry, I
Good
may have just
afternoon.
pressed the wrong button there, but it looked like the light was out. My name is Ben Nichols. I'm the president and CEO of Harkins Builders, a 100% employee-owned company headquartered here in Maryland, employing over 350 people. I'm here today to express my strong support for House Bill 819, which would grant ESOPs preferential procurement status on some state contracts. ESOPs are more than just a retirement benefit. They are a proven model of shared success. These plans are federally regulated, ensuring strict compliance, which protects both the interests of employee owners and the long-term integrity of the plan. In an ESOP, the owners are the employees, which means business leaders like myself actively engage employee owners in business strategy and promote financial transparency. When employees are also shareholders, they gain a deeper understanding of company performance and are more invested in both its successes and its challenges. Simply put, these are the right ways to run any organization, and the ESOP model demands it. Aside from business operations, one of the most important aspects of ESOPs is their ability to narrow the wealth gap between top and bottom earners within a company. By giving all employees a stake in the business, ESOPs foster a more equitable workplace, boost morale, and increase retention of employees. By supporting this bill, you are championing a business model that empowers workers, strengthens companies, and invests in Maryland's future. The state will also benefit by contracting more frequently with companies that have higher employee retention and stronger organizational cultures, because ESOPs are proven to foster greater retention and cultural alignment compared to other corporate ownership models. I truly believe that the state of Maryland would be a stronger economy and a better place to live if there were more ESOPs in it. This bill is one small step towards encouraging more companies to transition to ESOPs. To bring this to life, I'd like to now introduce you to one of our proud employee owners at Harkins Builders, Trey Bates. Trey's story is a powerful example of how ESOPs create real opportunities, transforming not just careers, but lives. Trey?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome.
I've been an employee-owned for 20 years. Growing up in the inner city of Baltimore, I witnessed firsthand the challenges that many of us face. Poverty, limited access to resources, and lack of opportunity. Yet through it all, I learned the value of hard work, resilience, and importance of community. But, I'm sorry?
Your name?
Trey Bates.
Thank you so much.
Yes. But even with those values, it's often difficult to see how we could break the cycle or change the narrative. That's where being part of an ESOP, an employee stock-owned plan, truly became a game changer for me. And in the ESOP, the employees are the owners, meaning we not only work for paychecks, but we have a direct stake in the company's successes. We're not just cogs in the machine. We're contributors, investors, and decision makers. For someone like me, growing up in a place where opportunities seem scarce, this was transformative. In Baltimore, we're used to working hard for what we want. But with an ESOP, we finally have the chance to build and own the future we deserve. It's not just a job. It's a pathway of financial freedom, equality, and lasting changes for communities like mine. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. It really makes a difference. We appreciate you. Who's next, please?
Me, ma'am.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Health and Government Operations Committee. My name is Bill McQuaid, and I am the Global Vice President and Head of Government Affairs and Sustainability for Baltimore Aircoil Company. I'm here today in support of House Bill 819, sponsored by Delegate Guzzoni, and establishes an ESOP pricing preference program for certain procurements by the Maryland Stadium Authority and the university system. Baltimore Aircoil is a Maryland-based global manufacturer and has been a leading provider of equipment to the construction, manufacturing, and refrigeration industries for over 85 years. Our product offerings include cooling towers, evaporative condensers, dry coolers, ice thermal storage centers, adiabatic coolers, and immersion cooling systems for data centers. BAC employs over 3,000 people worldwide, including more than 200 people at our global headquarters in Jessup. We are proudly employee-owned, and it is an important part of our company's identity. The ESOP procurement program created in House Bill 819 promotes sustainable businesses that are locally owned and operated, supporting jobs in Maryland communities. ESOPs are a powerful tool to address economic disparity and build financial resilience for working families. Nationally, employee owners have more than twice the average retirement as their fellow Americans. BAC has over 1,300 employees in our ESOP program, and since 2020, our share price has increased by nearly 60%. ESOPs are a powerful tool for growth, retention, and employee motivation. Companies with ESOPs report improved financial performance due to higher employee engagement. Employees are more likely to stay, reducing turnover and recruitment cost. At BAC's headquarters, we are proud to have 96% employee retention rate and have welcomed over 100 new hires in the last year. In conclusion, we encourage your support of House Bill 819 to foster employee ownership, empower workers, and derive economic growth across Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Tom Cole. I represent Harkins Builders. I'm just here to help answer questions. I don't have any remarks.
Thank you so much for being here with us. I'm going to open it up for questions now. Are there any questions? Delegate Rosenberg, followed by Chisholm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I've seen the Harkins sign all over Baltimore, not just Baltimore. What prompted you to go owner or employee based? Whatever's the right phrase.
Sure. Our second owner, his name was Blaze Cook. When he was getting ready to, actually unfortunately had cancer and knew he was going to pass away from cancer, decided that he wanted to transition ownership to all the employees. And he brought all the employees in and looked everybody in the eye and said, I want every single person here that spends a career at Harkins Builders to never have to work again in retirement and retire as a millionaire. And since he said that, that's happened 42 times over for our employee owners in the plan.
Thank you. He's in heaven.
Yes, that's right.
And his workers are in heaven. Delegate Chisholm.
Sure.
You're welcome.
Thank you for bringing this bill. This is a great bill. I guess my question is, well, to answer Delegate Rosenberg, people care about their own money, so they're obviously that's why it's always good for people to be financially invested in their company. If we're going to meet the 5% threshold, because I was kind of looking up, I wanted to know how many ESOPs we actually had in the state of Maryland. It looks like we have roughly about 130 to 150. Do you think we can easily meet that 5% threshold that's in the bill?
So just to be clear, Delegate, the 5% threshold is on the price preference. So it's, in many procurements, the bids are within that band of 5%. So it's not that 5% of the contracts need to go to ESOPs. It's rather in an individual procurement. If an ESOP bidder is within 5% of the lowest bid, the procuring entity can award the contract to the ESOP.
And I guess the thought process behind that is, if you get a little bit of a preference, is because it's an ESOP, they're going to take greater care for the quality or the service they're providing.
Not only that, Delegate, so when we've had discussions with procuring entities, there are many different considerations a procuring agency can bring to the fore in contracting. They cannot consider whether or not an entity is an ESOP, despite the fact that they've recognized that ESOPs, they like the fact that they're dealing with the same person, one contract after the next. Whereas some contractors, because, and I'm not going to say because they're not ESOPs, but companies that don't have as much retention, you're dealing with a whole different set of people potentially on the same campus, even on the same project. So what this allows those entities that participate in the pilot program to do is say, okay, I'm going to award it to the ESOP because they were within that margin of the lowest bid, and I want to work with an ESOP on this. And it's paired with a study because it's only during a limited period of time so that this committee and procuring agencies overall can evaluate what happens when we have this ESOP preference in place.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Delegate Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the bill. Delegate, University of Maryland systems, they had some issues, and one of them, and I think Mr. Cole sort of explained, I'm not sure that the bill would require USM to set a preference not to exceed 5%, and an award could be made to a firm that exceeded the lowest bid or exceeded the lowest cost. They think that presents some complexities. They also point out that sometimes the RFPs are weighted more towards the technical than the financial, and this would sort of force them, they believe it would force them into weighing every RFP bids received based on the relative financial weight rather than who might have the better technical skill. Do you have a response to their stuff?
As I mentioned at the end of my testimony, we're going to be working with the system to address their concerns, and hopefully we will be able to do that.
I was going to tell you that, Delegate Hill, but I didn't want to interrupt your
Well,
question.
I heard it. I know they were working with it, but I didn't know.
Yeah, she's working with them.
Yeah, okay.
Delegate Taveras.
Thank you. I'm trying to see if there is any guardrails with regards to the use of ESOP in cases where a entity may just file into bankruptcy. And I mean, I know that these may be really good options, but I also fear kind of like what happened to like Enron in those kinds of cases. Like, how do we protect ourselves from those kinds of situations?
Delegate, that's a great question. So for many procurements, there is already a master contractor list that narrows the aperture, that they already have a certain number of contractors that are allowed to bid in the first instance. And the qualifications for those contracting entities, they're still going to persist. So the safeguards that the state has already put in place are going to persist. And then on top of that, I would note that on pretty much every, and Mr. Nichols can correct me if I'm wrong, every construction and building procurement that the state of Maryland has, there is a performance bond that's attached to it. So that if the contractor doesn't show up for work the next day, there's a performance bond there to make sure the state is protected against that outcome.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And I think you could also state that because the ESOPs is a federal program that's audited every single year, that there's people looking at an ESOP's financials all the time, even more so. So there's an additional level of scrutiny towards ESOPs that I think would provide the state some additional guardrails in place.
Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Thank you. I don't see any other questions. Before I conclude the hearing, just keep the committee as soon as you work it out with the University of Maryland and whatever other outstanding issues, okay? This concludes the real hearing on House Bill 819. Thank you for being with us today. We appreciate your testimony. Next, we have two bills left. We have 849 and 867. We're going to call 849 now. Delegate Lopez, will you please come with Mary Backley, Dr. Melanie Bell, Robin Elliott, and David Reich. Thank you. I'll start. I know. Well, thank you for helping me because that was like. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
And as you all speak, if you could move the microphone closer to you, okay? You can get started.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and HGO colleagues. For the record, I am Delegate Leslie Lopez, and I thank you for the opportunity to bring before you HB 849 to the committee today. This bill is the next step in our commitment to increasing access to dental care for all Marylanders by establishing a study on the shortage of dental hygienists in our state. Today, I am building upon the work of my committee members and colleagues. 3 years ago, Vice Chair Cullison, then Delegate McKay, Senator Augustine, and Senator Gazzoni sponsored HB 6 SB 150, which is a groundbreaking bill that provided dental coverage for almost 800,000 adults in Medicaid. With adult dental coverage, we restored both the dignity and oral health of thousands of Marylanders. Now, we need to turn our attention to ensuring that we have enough dental providers to serve our communities. Dental hygienists are a critical part of our dental workforce, yet I have heard reports of extreme difficulty in filling dental hygienist positions in my district, and I expect that you have heard the same reports in yours as well. Maryland's experience with the dental hygienist shortage reflects the national trend. According to the Health Policy Institute, 92% of dental practices have reported that it has been extremely or very challenging when recruiting dental hygienists. Under this bill, the commission includes educators, community colleges, the University of Maryland, Baltimore, dental hygienists, dentists, and public health policymakers. The commission is charged with developing recommendations in several key areas: the recruitment and retention of dental hygienists across different regions of Maryland, how we can support our dental hygiene education programs to meet the growing need for dental hygienists, and how we can support dental assistants and community health workers to enter dental hygienist programs and be successful. That's a tongue twister. This bill also supports one of the committee's consistent goals, ensuring that we have a diverse workforce that reflects our communities. You will hear about this issue from Betty Peebles, one of our virtual witnesses, at least I hope she's still here, who established a foundation with this very goal in mind. We cannot solve the dental hygienist shortage without ensuring we are building the pipeline from the diverse communities within our state. So I thank this committee for its long history of supporting dental access in Maryland, and I ask for a favorable report on HB 849. Thank you.
You're welcome. Who would you like to go next?
Go for it.
Good afternoon, Chair Pena-Milnick, Vice Chair Cullison, distinguished members of the committee. I deeply appreciate the opportunity to be here today to express our strong support for HB 849. My name is Mary Backley, and I am the Chief Executive Officer at the Maryland Dental Action Coalition. I would also like to start my testimony today by acknowledging the success of the Maryland Medicaid adult dental coverage and to thank Delegate Cullison as well as her colleagues, then Delegate McKay, now Senator McKay, Senator Augustine, and Senator Gazzoni for their leadership on this legislation that expanded care. And I'd also like to express our gratitude to the committee for its strong support of this legislation. Launched a little over 2 years ago, thousands of adults, over hundreds of thousands of adults in the Maryland Medicaid community have received dental care, long-awaited dental care through this coverage. And this will have a profound impact on their overall health and their quality of life. However, as more people seek dental services, the need for dentists and dental hygienists increases. As Delegate Lopez referenced to, according to a recent report issued by the Health Policy Institute and the American Dental Association, over 90% of dental practices nationwide reported to be extremely or very challenging to recruit dental hygienists, which has a direct impact on their capacity to provide care. Maryland is facing this challenge also. Since the COVID pandemic, we saw a significant departure of dental hygienists from the profession, producing a shortage and reducing access to care in Maryland. The shortage is uniquely felt at community health centers and at dental clinics at local health departments, which really primarily serve the vulnerable populations, and where compensation for dental hygienists trends are far reduced than in private practice. By assessing and studying the dental hygiene shortage in Maryland and the impact on oral health in rural, urban, and suburban communities, the Commission can develop a roadmap to improve and expand access to care. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for wrapping up I appreciate it. Who's next?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Vice Chair, members of the Health and Government's Operation Committee. I'm Dr. Melanie Bell, co-founder of Beyond Nursing and board member for the Maryland Dental Action Coalition. Maryland Dental Action Coalition strongly supports HB 849 and its pathway to professional excellence. As a registered nurse who started her career as a nursing tech, obtaining an associate, bachelor's, master's, and now doctorate, I understand the importance of providing a pathway to achieving mid-level and terminal degrees in dentistry, just as we do for nursing. Creating a pathway for dental assistants will greatly improve the trajectory to becoming dental hygienists and beyond. The pathway will increase the number of learned professionals, increase the access to care for our beloved citizens, and decrease burnout within the profession. According to the American Dental Hygienists Association, there is a reported 22% burnout rate within the profession, and we can't afford to lose valuable career professionals. Maryland has greatly improved dental access via additional insurance coverages with Medicaid that I was able to testify on. Thus, prevention of oral disease is at the forefront, and the demand for dental hygienists is growing. Increasing access to care improves prevention, and routine care decreases the prevalence of a new onset of oral diseases, which sometimes prevents necessary life-threatening surgeries. Lastly, it is imperative that dental hygienists maintain their professional designation titles, as they've achieved a profound level of expertise by maintaining their education, training, and licensure requirements. Again, I strongly support Delegate Lopez in her vow to improve oral access care via education, increasing the number of dental hygienists, and forging the path to excellence, leading Marylanders to a healthier tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us today. Next, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for your time. My name is David Reich, and I'm here on behalf of the Community Health Worker Empowerment Coalition of Maryland, a coalition founded by the Public Justice Center. The CHW-led coalition advocates to expand access to community health workers to address health disparities in Maryland's low-income communities, as well as working to address other inequities in the field. We work to give CHWs a voice in policies that impact them. Please also take note of the written testimony that our coalition has submitted. We're here in strong support of HB 849, which would create a commission to study the dental hygienist shortage. It's critical for people to have access to dental care. Dental issues don't just impact the mouth. The body's immune system response can impact your entire body. So dental issues are linked to cardiovascular disease, cancer, diabetes, dementia, other very serious issues. This proposed commission will develop ways to connect community health workers to training that will help keep their patients engaged in dental care. CHWs are already practicing in dental settings, going beyond the dentist's office to address social determinants of health, to keep patients healthy and out of the emergency room. A dentist might recommend consuming less junk food, but it's up to the CHW to make sure their patient is enrolled in safety net services and can actually access and afford healthier food. A dentist can offer treatment at their practice, but it's the CHWs that make sure patients have transportation to get there. So they're bridging the divide between patients and providers and are especially effective at reaching hard-to-reach patients who are not well served by our health system. Dental care is one of the most unmet health needs, with 1 in 3 adults suffering from untreated tooth decay. This is only exacerbated by the acute shortage of qualified dental personnel. The care community health workers provide will help us fill in gaps in our dental workforce and address these critical shortages. Community-based care keeps people out of the emergency room and saves the health system money. We urge you to support HB 849 and support CHWs in the dental workforce so that every Marylander can achieve their highest level of health. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Do we know you, Robin Elliott?
You may, but this hour it's all blurry.
You're an honorary delegate. Go ahead.
So just in case you don't know me, Robin Elliott, good evening. And I'm here today wearing the hats of 3 organizations, the Maryland Dental Action Coalition, the school-based health centers, and the Maryland Community Health System, which is a group of FQHCs. Very strongly in support of this bill. And if this bill sounds familiar, it's because we copied an idea that you all already passed a few years ago related to looking at the shortage of nurses and other healthcare professionals, and that was then Delegate Kelly's bill and Senator Beidel's bill. This commission is intended to do the same thing, to really lift up the role of dental hygiene education, the role of public health, the role of community health workers, and really think creatively about how we infuse our dental hygienist workforce with keeping some of them longer and then getting new faces. Luckily, this group would not have to start from scratch. You will see in the Maryland Dental Action Coalition's testimony, there is already great work being done. The Virginia Healthcare Workforce Data Center does an annual report on dental hygienists. And then there is actually a Maryland Coalition for Allied Dental Education, where dental hygienist educators collaborate and focus. So we're really building upon these existing efforts. So with that, as you heard, there is a severe shortage of dental hygienists, and it really rivals what we have heard about the nursing shortage. They're just a slightly smaller workforce, so it doesn't get quite as much press. So with that, we would really appreciate consideration of this bill and support for dental hygienists. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Robin. And I think that's it. Everyone spoke, right? Okay. So I'll open it up for questions to this panel. So I will ask a question. I'm looking at the fiscal note, Delegate.
Yes.
And that seems to be the going rate for
Yes.
commissions these
Yes,
days, about
we're-
109,000. Has there been any consideration of where, and I heard, Raman, you say they don't have to start from scratch. So is there a foundation out there that we could begin to build on, that, you know, we could potentially get this fiscal note down on? Are there potential grants? And any thoughts about how do we make sure that we can fund the commission?
Yes, we're about $40,000 away from success, and this is a session where every dollar counts. And so I would say all feasible options that are, should be reasonably considered will be considered, and hopefully, because we do have a foundation, we can chip away at some of that.
Can you talk to us about the foundation? What's there that we can build on?
Do you want to go first?
You may have a virtual witness, but I'm not sure. Just the day was long. I'm not sure she hung on. But there is a foundation that has been focused on really kind of building the pipeline for dental hygienists. They've done some extensive work all over the country. And so we think that we can build upon some of the work they've already done and combine it with, there is some work going on already amongst the dental hygiene education programs. If we compare this together, potentially we can cobble some resources together. There are obviously several agencies that are involved with dental and dental education. So it seems somewhere in that mix, as Delegate Lopez said, we're $40,000 away. It seems like there's potential to chip away at that and put together something that's efficient and effective.
Okay, well, I would encourage you to begin working on that so we can, we need to get the fiscal note down in order to be able to move forward. So, but I really appreciate your efforts, and, I really believe it very strongly in what you're doing. So thank you for this work. Seeing no further questions for this panel, thank you all very much for your time and testimony today. I'm going to go with favorable with amendments, and I think they're both in person if they're here. Deborah Carty and Daniel Daugherty. I just called them. I didn't do her yet. So, Okay. Ms. Carty, you want to go first?
Yes, esteemed Chair Penny Melnick and Cullison, as well as distinguished members of the House Health and Government Operations Committee, and also a special welcome to our new delegate, Russ. My name is Deborah Carty. I'm a registered dental hygienist and a member of the Maryland State Board of Dental Examiners, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the board. The Maryland State Board of Dental Examiners respectfully supports House Bill 849, Maryland's commission to study the dental hygiene shortage, and we offer one friendly amendment, and that would be to add a representative to the commission. The board believes the commission would benefit from having a dental hygienist member of the dental board, since the board's dental hygienist members possess firsthand knowledge and experience in the field and related dental hygiene issues and obstacles that arose during the COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, if you look at the bill, on the first page, it starts with representatives on line 12 on page 1 and continues. There are 19 of them, and ends on the second page on line 26. And we would like to add one more member, and that would be Roman numeral number 7, one dental hygienist representative from the Maryland Dental Board. We respectfully urge the committee to consider this amendment and return a favorable report, and thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. So before Mr. Doherty speaks, is Dr. Doring in line? So if you bring him up while Mr. Doherty is talking, and we'll go to him next. Oh, yes. Okay, Dan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Dan Doherty. I'm here representing the Maryland State Dental Association in support of House Bill 849, with some asking you for consideration of an amendment. The problem with access and the problem of delivering care through dental offices is a shortage. It's a shortage of dental hygienists. It's a shortage of dental assistants. It's a shortage of dental radiation technologists and of dental health community workers. So we would want to amend the bill, if it would be amenable to the committee and to the sponsor, to make it dental auxiliaries to cover a broader breadth. One note, and I would ask you to consider this, there are two organizations in the state, the Maryland Dental Society and the Freeman Dental Society, who have minority members primarily in Baltimore City and Prince George's County. They would present a different view to this shortage than my client could, and we think that the commission could benefit by their participation. And with that, we would urge a favorable report, hopefully with amendments, but we would like to see the bill pass one way or the other.
Thank you. We're going to, before we go up to questions, this is a favorable with amendment panel, and I have Dr. Charles Doring on the screen. Hi, Charlie.
Unmuted. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you. And members of HGO Committee. Here as a general dentist in Rockville in support of House Bill 849 with the amendments proposed by the Maryland State Dental Association. We're all faced with workforce shortages, especially those well-trained, as Mr. Doherty mentioned, the dental hygienists, and a real severe shortage of well-trained dental assistants and dental radiation technologists. So I hope you vote in favor and include all dental auxiliaries. I did provide written testimony. I know it's a long day, but I did want to end with some positive news that I got from the American Dental Association today from their Health Policy Institute. There's been a 20% increase in dental hygiene enrollment if you compare the year 2020-21 with the current class 2024-25. So that's encouraging. We hope to see increase in the workforce there. And just in closing, it is National Dental Assistants Week, which I'm very proud of our dental assistant team. But when one goes out on vacation or medical leave. I've one going out on medical leave. I'm having a tough time, and that means I have to adjust my schedule and see less patients, and so the office is less efficient. So for those reasons, I ask for your support on House Bill 849 with the proposed MSDA amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Doring, and congratulations to us for timing this bill hearing on this particular week. So in honor of those who serve our dentists. Questions of these panel members? Oh, looks like you covered it pretty well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I'm sure that the sponsor will be talking to you about, potential amendments. I'm going to go to the last two panelists, and this is both favorable. I've got Caitlin McDonough in person and Betty Peebles virtually. And did Katie Batani come? She's not here. Okay. So Caitlin, we're going to let you go first.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Caitlin McDonough on behalf of the Maryland Dental Hygienists Association, here in support of House Bill 849. And the initial panel gave a lot of the reasons, we as an association are grappling with the shortage of hygienists too. It's one of the biggest questions we get, and we do see this commission as an opportunity to delve into several aspects we think could help with that shortage, whether it be barriers to education, changes to scope of practice. I know this committee's looked at mid-level providers before, reimbursement for hygienists, particularly in Medicaid and public health settings, and some of the licensure issues that I know this committee's been grappling with this year, and how we get more not only get more hygienists practicing in the state, but the hygienists we do have practicing to their fullest ability and as efficiently as possible. So, we welcome the opportunity to support the bill. We thank MDAC for kind of helping organize it, and Delegate Lopez for bringing the bill. And we do have membership in the commission designated in the bill, and we have many hygienists who are excited to do that, and we would also likely have members participating from the hygiene education space as well. And while we certainly welcome additional members, we would probably start to get a little concerned if the dentists start to outnumber the hygienists. So with that, we urge the committee's support, and happy to work through subcommittee and any other process and answer any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Peebles, would you like to go ahead?
Yes. Hi, good afternoon, or good evening. My name is Betty Peebles, and I want to first thank you all for what you're doing to ensure the health of your Maryland citizens. My name is Betty Peebles, and I am a hygienist. Some may think the oldest living hygienist. It certainly feels that way. But I wanted you to also know that I am the owner of the largest dental staffing and travel company in the nation. And also I operate, our company operates in 23 states, including Maryland. And currently I'm the board chairman of the JCB Foundation, which is working on this subject matter and in trying to increase the dental hygiene workforce. The disease of the oral cavity is largely preventable, just like measles and polio, and hygienists are certainly the key players in this prevention process. They're the teachers, the relationship builders, people who should be working in our schools and our long-term care facilities in our communities. Currently, we have an acute national shortage of hygienists, which has upended dental care across the nation. We believe the study that you are working on and we are advocating for you to support will identify the issues and the solutions to help this problem. The foundation will be happy to support your work by sharing any information that we have and the experience we've had over 50 years in the subject matter. With your group, if it would be helpful in any way, we fully support this effort. To close, let me just say this. As individuals, we, and even as state legislators, we can't easily make a difference in our national public policy or international relationships, but we can make a significant difference in the health of Maryland citizens and in the health of the country at large by supporting this study and helping us. Thank you for your
Thank you very much for your testimony and for your patience today as you've waited all this afternoon to be on screen. I will open the to the committee for questions. Not seeing any questions. Looks like we're covered. Thank you all very much for your time and your testimony and your patience and resilience and endurance. That concludes the hearing on House Bill 849, and we will move to the next bill. Madam Chair?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the last bill of the day, it is House Bill 867, Delegate Collison, State Board of Physicians, Naturopathic Doctors, Prescriptive Authority and Administration of Medication. And your panel is Robin Elliott, Emma Workin, Dr. Danielle Lewis, Dr. Jillian Casey. Will you be so kind and come up? And thank you, everyone, for waiting. If you just pull up a chair if there aren't enough, but I believe there are enough chairs there. If not, pull another one, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. First of all, I want to thank you all.
Be so kind and pull the microphone, all of you, closer to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
My pleasure.
First, I am Bonnie Collison here to present to you House Bill 867. I want to thank the committee very much for being here. I know you've had a long day, but you're going to hear from some folks who have something very significant to say today. So in this, I know that we are between you and dinner, and we can appreciate that. But I hope that you have at least another 20 minutes of good listening so that you can appreciate what we are going to be asking of you today. You know, we talk a lot about shortages of healthcare professionals, and there are different ways to approach that problem and to try to fix it. But one of them is to make sure that every licensed healthcare professional is able to practice at the top of their scope. That's a way we can fill in gaps in our healthcare professionals. So today I'm here to talk to you about licensed naturopathic doctors. And I'm going to emphasize licensed because some of the things that I know you've seen and heard in preparation of this bill have been related to the practice of folks who are not licensed, who may be calling themselves naturopathic doctors, but they don't have the required training and they are not licensed by the Board of Physicians. This group of healthcare professionals is supervised by our Board of Physicians. So I ask you to keep that in mind as I make this ask of you today. We made some good progress when we licensed naturopaths 10 years ago, but we still have some work to do. We want them to be a part of our continuum of healthcare services in our system, and as I said, fill some gaps. It can be transformative for the lives of Marylanders who are seeking different kinds of treatment. But the Maryland law, as it stands right now, is impeding that care of patients. Our law doesn't recognize that licensed naturopathic doctors have, and I think this is really super important, the education and the training to prescribe medications as part of their holistic treatment. And by medications, I mean those pharmaceuticals that we talk about all the time. Many people seek naturopathic medical care because they want to improve their health care overall, as well as address underlying health conditions. They have these NDs, I'm going to call them NDs, have a full range of health services that they can provide Prescription medication is one of these options in a number of states, but not in Maryland. And that's what this bill seeks to change. We want them to be able to prescribe Schedule 3 through Schedule 5 drugs. This does not include the Schedule 2 drugs, which are the ones that have the greatest possibility of addiction. So the board, or this bill also, if we go ahead and give this prescription authority, we no longer need that formulary framework that we put in place when we first licensed them. And there's some clarifying language in here as well. I want to tell you about, a little bit of the background of the bill so that, just so you have a sense of it, but I'm not going to belabor it. You have our written testimony, and I really want you to hear from the other folks. We've had 10 years of experience now with NDs, and there are nearly no disciplinary actions. Very safe track record. 24 states license NDs, and 14 states recognize their full prescriptive authority. NDs spend 141 hours in didactic pharmacological education. They go to a 4-year medical graduate program. So when folks say, but they don't have the same training, they started out in the same with the same kind of medical curriculum that our other medical doctors do. They have to successfully complete all those didactic hours in pharmacological education and at least 1,200 hours in clinical practice. You'll hear that that's not sufficient, but I'd ask for you to consider that this is similar to other healthcare professionals. Right now, they can only prescribe 4 things: diaphragms, cervical caps, oxygen, and epinephrine. I don't know what the percentage of Marylanders who need those medications is, but I bet it's pretty small. If you look at the experience across the United States of naturopathic doctors, there are almost no disciplinary actions related to prescription authority. And so, it's just, again, just tremendous records. We got 170 letters of support for this bill from Marylanders, about 150 of them from patients, and the others were from physicians, other healthcare professionals, and other naturopathic doctors. So there are only 63 of them here in Maryland. There are 8,000 across the country. We have 63. I have a letter from, and most of you, I think about 17 or 18 of you, got copies of letters from naturopaths in your districts describing why this is important. And my constituent said he left Maryland because they weren't allowed to be licensed 10 years ago. So when they got the license became a reality here in Maryland, he came back thinking, this is where his family is. He grew up in Montgomery County, in my district, and he wanted to stay, but he didn't because he can't do his job. He wants to be able to do his job to the full scope of his practice. So I'm sponsoring this bill because I believe that we are missing thousands of opportunities to ensure access to seamless healthcare services. Each of the clinicians that you're going to hear from today treat Maryland patients, and they must navigate a complex healthcare system. Sometimes they want to prescribe a medication, but they can't. They recognize the medication is the best course of treatment, but they can't prescribe it, so they tell their patients they need to go to their primary care doctor or another doctor, and that patient often can't get an appointment for a long period of time. So there's a delay. We spend a lot of time in this committee on complex, multifaceted problems with healthcare access. But improving access to care with naturopathic doctors, it's pretty simple. We just need to change the law to recognize the education and experience that they have in prescribing. There's no fiscal impact for this bill, so there's no money that we have to worry about. But I guarantee you, if we do it, it will be a tremendous benefit to the Marylanders who choose to get their care from a naturopathic doctor. With that, I thank you very much for your time, your careful attention, and your consideration of this bill, and I turn you over to my panel.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Dr. Jillian Casey. I'm a clinician with a master's in public health, and I'm vice president of the Maryland Naturopathic Doctors Association. Like many of the 63 licensed NDs practicing in Maryland, I'm here because I wanted to raise my daughter near family. I was not equipped for how challenging it would be to effectively serve my patients in a state that artificially restricts my scope of practice. I maintain licenses in Washington, Oregon, California, and DC. In all four, I hold prescriptive rights. As Delegate Cullison stated, I have extensive pharmacology training with 141 didactic hours and over 1,200 hours of supervised clinical training. And yet, when a 50-year-old Marylander comes to me with high cholesterol and I order a CT scan of their heart, which reveals plaque in their coronary arteries, I cannot prescribe a statin, the most effective form of treatment to lower their risk of heart attack and stroke. When these patients can't be seen swiftly by primary care, I elevate to cardiology, placing undue burden on our specialists and our healthcare system. Our patients navigate a complex maze of referrals to access supportive and sometimes urgently needed medications. Effectively, Maryland has licensed NDs to diagnose our patients, but not to treat them. I'm trained to utilize the least invasive modality that is safe, effective, and appropriate for my patient. Licensing us to prescribe will not increase the number of prescriptions our patients are taking. Rather, it will streamline access and improve outcomes. Last week, I spoke to an ND in California who yearns to return home to Howard County and is reluctant to do so until she can practice to the scope of her training. This call was not an anomaly. The bill before you removes an unfounded barrier to improve health care for Marylanders and enable more licensed NDs to return home to serve their communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being in Maryland. Next, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Danielle Lewis, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. Since 2014, I have taught gynecology at Sonoran University and have practiced as a naturopathic physician, where I focus on women's health and primary care. In Arizona, where I have prescriptive rights, I have had the privilege of seeing over thousands of patients over the years. I moved to Maryland to be closer to my family, but since relocating, I have faced significant challenges due to the restrictions on my scope of practice. While I can order labs, I am unable to make simple medication adjustments or prescribe necessary treatments. As a result, my patients are forced to wait months, sometimes as long as 6 months, to see a primary care provider or a specialist for something that could have easily been managed by my office. For example, I had a patient experiencing fertility issues whose lab results showed that she had hypothyroidism or an underfunctioning thyroid, something that I see often. The simple fix would have been to prescribe her thyroid medication, but instead, I had to refer her to an endocrinologist who had a 3-month wait. She had already been waiting 12 months to try to conceive. This kind of delay is unnecessary and avoidable. Because of these restrictions, I have seriously considered not renewing my Maryland license. In fact, I continue to fly back and forth to Phoenix to see patients. Several colleagues have also reached out to me about practicing in Maryland, but when they see the limitations on our scope, they decide against it. Maryland needs qualified naturopathic doctors, but these restrictions make it difficult to attract and retain providers. I urge you to support this initiative so that naturopathic doctors in Maryland can practice to their full scope. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Emma Working. I'm here today with my husband, Nathan, to share our story. In the last 4 months, I've had 2 miscarriages. In November, after my first miscarriage, I asked my OB to run blood work and check my hormone levels, and they said, no, that's not something that we'll do unless you have 3 consecutive miscarriages. They told my husband and I we could try again in a month and assured us that our likelihood of having another miscarriage was slim to none. This past January, my husband and I found out that we were pregnant again. During this time, I went to see an ND, and she listened to my concerns. She ran the tests that my OB refused to run, and she found that my progesterone levels were extremely low. At this point, I was 6 weeks pregnant. She advised me to show the labs to my OB and request a prescription progesterone suppository. I immediately did that, and I was ignored. It took me calling repeatedly and essentially begging in order to get a prescription. And even when they did give me a prescription, it was not what I requested. And they also didn't bother to call me back to talk about my concerns. However, during this time, my ND was checking in with me. She was answering the questions that I had, and she ordered follow-on labs to make sure the medication was doing its job. We found out that my levels were not increasing. This was very concerning. I went back to my OB with the labs, and they told me this is not something that we will treat, and the medication we gave you is all that we will do. I went to my 8-week appointment, and my husband and I were able to hear the baby's heartbeat. They reassured us again, telling us the baby was healthy, but only 4 days later, I was told that they could not find the heartbeat again, and I was miscarrying. I'm here today to ask that you please pass this bill so that what happened to me and my husband does not happen again. We do not want to go through another loss, and I do not want other women to go through the same pain. We could have avoided serious emotional distress and possibly had a different outcome had my ND had the ability to write me a prescription. Thank you.
And thank you for sharing your story. I'm really sorry for your losses. And I hope you change that OB. Next, please.
Good evening, Robin Elliott, here today representing, or this evening representing the Maryland Naturopathic Doctors Association. We are really here because of stories like Emma, knowing that the naturopathic doctor she was seeing had the education and experience to prescribe and would have created a different outcome. I will be very brief. I just wanted to let you know that in your packet, and I know there's a lot of testimony in support of this bill, so it's probably a bit hard to wade through, but I'm just going to hold up. You have a letter from the Federation of Naturopathic Medicine Regulatory Authorities, which include boards of physicians. It has data about the disciplinary and safety records of naturopathic doctors. As Delegate Cullison said, it's extremely low. And in most states, it's actually 0. There are the larger states, you will see maybe a couple, but those are rates comparable to MDs and other providers. So with that, I ask for a favorable report and here to support Delegate Cullison and the naturopathic doctors.
Open it up for questions now. Are there any questions for this panel? Starting with Delegate Hutchinson, followed by Delegate Woods.
Delegate Hutchinson.
Who was first?
Delegate Hutchinson.
Oh, the other Hutchinson. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
Good evening. Probably for Dr. Casey as a practitioner, you will be able to prescribe Schedule 3 to 5 I'm not 100% sure, but like one is illicit drugs. Is that correct?
One is heroin, cannabis, drugs with no prescriptive use.
Okay, I'm just trying to get my framework on it. So things like hormones or ketamine or steroids, are they within that realm of things that you would be able to prescribe them within Schedules 3 to 5? Is that?
Yes, so Schedule 3 does include hormones. There are some, as we move down, there are some anxiety meds, benzodiazepines are in Schedule 4. There are some lower dose, like cough suppressant levels of codeine and such in Schedule 5.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Next, I have Delegate Woods, followed by
Madam
Kurt, followed by Ross.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
I'm going to be Delegate Hill for a hot second here.
Okay.
If that's okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, first of all, thank you for this legislation. And I have learned so much after hearing about this. And so I have a couple of questions. I'm trying to understand, if you're going to school, taking the same classes as a physician has to take, literally, having to learn the same medications, where is the disconnect? That's the first question. Can I ask the second now, Madam Chair? The second question is this: is there comparative research that shows, I heard you say, Robin, that there's such a small number of challenges, but is there any comparative research to show where doctors who are licensed, the comparison of the challenges that take place with naturopathic doctors versus doctors who are licensed? I think that may be it, but depend upon your answer, whoever's.
Yeah, I can start with that first part. So I believe that a lot of misconceptions exist. Again, there are only 63 of us in the state. The closest school for us to train is in Chicago, and the bulk of our schools are much further west. There are actually more lay naturopaths in this area than there are licensed naturopathic doctors, which Delegate Cullison was speaking to. A completely different training, which does not include any clinical training, any training in laboratory assessment, in pharmacology whatsoever. So I think there's just not a lot known about us, and there will continue to not be a lot known about us until we can practice more fully, because it's very hard for us to be here. So we're excited to introduce ourselves to you. And I think for those of us, I mean, speaking for myself, part of what drew me to ND school was that I do believe in Western medicine and in pharmacology and in the need for all of our specialists. But with my background in public health, I really wanted to sit in preventive care and really wanted to sit in primary care, which is what my 2 years of rotations exclusively focused on. So we don't rotate through specialties like MDs. We sit in primary care clinics for 2 full years interning under the supervision of our attendings. So that is the care I wanted. I wanted to learn nutrition. I wanted to learn more ways to prevent disease, as well as the tools that, whether I'm prescribing them or not, my patients are on them. So we're actually uniquely trained not just in drug-drug interactions, but also in drug-nutrient and drug-herb interactions. Many Americans take supplements, whether it's recommended by us or recommended by themselves or their Aunt Sally, and we need to understand how those might interact with their medication and how they might be helping or harming them. So I was interested in all of that. But yes, we go through the same cadaver labs. We go through the same pharmacology level of training as our allopathic colleagues. Okay. And do you want to speak a second? Yeah.
Thank you for that question, Delegate Woods. And I'm happy to pull it out because I know there's a lot on your screen. But in that letter from the Federation for Naturopathic Medicine Regulatory Authorities, they do include an interesting chart from Oregon. It covers nearly 10 years. And in the last year, they have data for, it's 2019. The percent of disciplinary actions for MDs, it's 0.56% of the profession. For DOs, 0.66% of the profession. And for naturopathic doctors, 0.09%. So there is data that shows that they're very safe practitioners. and happy to provide as much more data as you would like. Thank you for that question.
Thank you. I think that's all I have for now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So I have a meeting now with the Hospital Association. As you know, we're sharing, but life continues, right? I have to go take it with a couple of members. Delegate Rosenberg is going to continue. It's okay. You can stay there. He's going to chair, so the delegate can stay there. I gave him the list of the questions in the order that I saw them, and I believe the next one is Delegate Kerr. Okay?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delegate Kerr.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. An MD has a residency of like 3 to 7 years, and I heard clinical training and I heard clinical rotation. So is that what is the equivalent of a medical residency of 3 to 7 years?
So I would love for us to have residencies for all NDs. They're not currently federally funded, so there are not enough of them. I and many of my colleagues have completed residencies, but they are privately funded. Basically as a backstop to make sure that we are safely able to practice. As I mentioned, the first 2 years are completely didactic, and then we take a round of boards akin to the step one. It's called NPLEX 1. That allows us to move into our second 2 years, where we exclusively work in primary care. So in my university, most of the patients I work with were Medicaid patients, which actually meant usually the tool that was safe and accessible to them was the pharmaceutical, not the herb or not the change in their nutrition. So we used medications daily in our training, where we would be escalating our level of responsibility in those final 2 years to the point where the final year I had my own patient panel, supervised again by attendings and residents. So we don't get to explore specialties. We're never going to be cardiologists. We're glad they exist. We spend 2 years working 5 to 6 days a week in primary care, and that is to make sure that even if we don't do a residency, we meet the competency to sit for our boards and to begin primary care practice.
Thank you.
Tavares.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm kind of excited about this because, you know, I had vertigo, and what saved me from vertigo was I went to all these doctors, didn't really work, but acupuncture actually fixed it. But there's a lot of doctors that come from other walks of life that this is what they've learned. Must they necessarily go through Western style education system to practice this?
So acupuncture is not part of our scope. Eastern medicine is not part of our scope of training. Is that?
Yeah.
But the folks who treated you would have a completely different set of training than what I have. But yeah, I have no license to practice acupuncture.
Got it. So just thank you for the clarification, because I was getting it confused then based on what I read.
Yeah, you might be reading a letter from one of the universities in Arizona that does include that as additional option in their curriculum. It's not in any of the other schools, and the license that they have to use that tool is akin to medical acupuncture. It actually is only recognized in Arizona. So in fact, I know an ND here in Maryland who chose to then attend acupuncture school here in Maryland in order to be able to practice, even though she had that additional sort of elective option that she had studied at her university. But it doesn't fall under our board competencies. It doesn't fall under our ND scope.
Thank you.
Delegate Ross.
Thank you. So like Delegate Woods mentioned, I too feel like I've learned a lot today. Though maybe not enough. And I know you mentioned too, there's 63 in the state. And so what I read, looked into this, what I read is that the limitations exist because there's a lack of evidence, scientific evidence. related to neuropathic treatments and methods and training. And so do you know what science is underway now, being developed, that a body like this body could see and have and maybe understand a little bit more about just the field of neuropathic medicine?
Absolutely. Well, first, so for us to practice anywhere, our education has to meet the broadest scope of our licensure. So I'm held to the same standard of care as my allopathic counterparts in my training. So that is to use evidence-based medicine. And when we think about evidence in medicine, I don't want to get too in the weeds, but of course we think of randomized controlled trials, meta-analyses. These are the kind of top levels that we can look at. It's one thing to have a drug where we can isolate a compound and study that, control versus placebo. An herb is not quite the same. It has synergistic effects in many compounds. We haven't isolated it. So we have studies that look at, for example, other modalities such as herbs, and we do rely on evaluating the strength of evidence for those tools. But what I love most about my form of practice is that we are looking at what is your level of risk and what is your level of need. And maybe right now you need the medication, and maybe right now we are in a pre-diabetes state that we're trying to prevent diabetes. So maybe now we can use lifestyle change, or maybe now we can use herbs that support your blood sugar. But maybe also you can't afford those herbs, and maybe metformin is going to be covered for you, but right now I can't prescribe the metformin. So it's really being able to have access to all the tools that I'm trained in and to work with you on what are your priorities for your health, what are you facing now, and what can we prevent that you might be facing down the road to determine, is this a time where we need the prescription, or is this a time where we can use one of our lower force interventions, all of which we are looking at and evaluating the evidence for. But yes, sometimes the quality of the evidence will be different. We also don't have pharma companies funding our herbal medicine studies.
Sure, and I assume that was probably the reason. Chair, do you mind if I ask a follow-up question to that? Do you agree, though, that there, and you sounded maybe with your last comment, do you agree that there is a lack of science and research related to neuropathic medicine? Because I feel like we've aligned these two so closely, neuropathic doctors with your counterparts, that I'm not sure I know what the line is between the two. So I kind of feel like I need to understand that better. But I mean, do you agree there's a lack of research related to your?
I think it depends on what bias or lens we look at it from. When we do look at research from other countries with richer histories of herbal medicine, we see, even now when you think of newer conditions, I think of long COVID, we don't have the answers. We're still exploring the causes. And we see around the world different modalities being studied and different modalities being effective. I think any clinician, it's our responsibility to be looking at the quality of the evidence and to be looking at a broader lens than our own U.S. bias. Absolutely, we have in this country really honed in on the biopharmaceutical model. So we have the most evidence here for those tools, and that's also why I'm responsible to use those tools when that's what your risk conveys. I think it's very understandable that it's hard to understand the difference because, again, as our scope has modernized, we've also had to hold ourselves to that same standard. And so it would be irresponsible of me to give you an herb if what you need is a drug. But right now, I can't give you the drug.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you all for being here. Thank you for the bill, Madam Vice Chair. So I think, I could use a little bit more education too. As I understand it, naturopaths have a different training, a different board supervision. You mentioned a different national examination in PLEX. There are certifications in naturopathic oncology and naturopathic homeopathy, correct?
There are several more. There's a naturopathic gastroenterology boards, and I believe a pediatric and an environmental medicine now as well. It's expanded.
And what you're saying is that there's an equivalency, and I'm not sure what the equivalency is based on, to osteopathic and allopathic trained physicians. And I was wondering, are there can you send to the committee board examinations, curriculum, anything at all that we can compare to allopathic and osteopathic training and board certification to get some sense? Because just saying we both had pharmacology doesn't mean anything. Dentists have pharmacology, nurses have pharmacology, pharmacists have pharmacy, doctors, and they're all different, okay? So I don't feel, and maybe you can answer the question, if there's enough information to judge that there's an equivalency that would make me comfortable saying, yeah, by all means, feel free to write prescriptions up to, Schedule 3, Schedule 2, or whatever. I'm not understanding where that training is there.
Yeah, we can absolutely send that to you. I mean, looking at the curriculum, I would say when we say we're comparable, we're talking about the 4-year curriculum and the first 2 years being really the biomedical sciences and the second years being clinical. But when no one's claiming that we have the same 3 to 7 years of residency, that's again, not federally funded, not required. That's why we are never going to be the specialists that MDs and DOs can become. We are solely focusing on primary and preventative care, and that's why those 2 years rotate only in that specialty.
If I may. So the question then becomes that those rotations aren't about becoming specialists. And I can only speak for allopathic medicine. That training is to have a more holistic understanding of medicine, not for so even someone who's going to go into primary care. If you don't rotate through cardiology, if you don't understand how the drugs that you learned in endocrinology actually affect differently in cardiology and how, so it's about that broader experience, not about specializing. And so, and when I ask for the curriculum, I don't mean the names of the courses. I mean tests. I mean board examinations. It's the test itself and the questions that they ask. And it's the same thing we've asked when we've talked about nursing training and other things, because the test and what you're able to pass says a lot more about what your level of knowledge is than just saying how many hours of education and exposure you've had.
And I agree. The first, I know you don't want to focus on courses, but we do the block style coursing, so cardiology and pulmonology and endocrinology, ENT. So we are learning the drugs and the conditions, the disease, the pathology in those courses in those areas. When we sit for different exams, we do have first the objective structured clinical exams where we're filmed in a room pretending to be a doctor with someone who's been trained and paid to be a patient. So we are taking their history, performing their exams, ordering tests, coming up with our differential, our diagnosis, our treatment. We're scored on all of that. Sitting for NPLEX 2, which is a 3-day, 400-question case-based exam. Every case includes questions that are looking at our ability to assess the diagnostics, looking at our ability to look at, pharmaceuticals in terms of mode of action, interactions, contraindications, risk for dependency, polypharmacy. So every case builds in pharmacology on that 400-question 3-day exam.
And if I may have a final, so as an allopathic physician, when I have patients who I think would benefit from herbs or from alternative or whatever, I will often refer them to a naturopath. And what I'm not understanding is if as a naturopathic physician, you're finding that your patients need something you can't provide, why would you not just refer them to an allopathic physician who's able to prescribe, recognizing that the trainings and the experience and the expertise are different, and some patients need both, and not one trying to be both?
I agree, patients need both. One of the challenges is patients being able to get in time, and patients, even though I do recommend and require that all my patients give me the name of their primary care provider, patients aren't always actively engaged, patients can't always get enough time, and they can't always get seen quickly. So we have gaps in care, and we know that we have a shortage of providers in Maryland, especially in primary care, with more and more providers expected to leave due to provider burnout. So one of the challenges is enough people available, and another challenge is that when you come to me with a UTI, I don't want to say, okay, go see your primary care. I want to treat that UTI and prevent a kidney infection, right? So there's a time factor in being able to treat my patients effectively as well. And then sometimes the issue is that we are using other modalities that are supporting their health, and now we need to maybe adjust down a medication. And I'm happy to collaborate with their primary care or their prescribing physician, But sometimes this is more urgent as well. So if someone is now hypotensive, we need to make sure that they're not over-medicated, right? They've made the lifestyle change. They've been doing the work together to adjust their life to lower their blood pressure, but their blood pressure prescription hasn't been changed. So there are safety issues why we at times need to make sure we can step in, and there's other times where, I can't speak for all my colleagues, but we have different areas of expertise that may fall a little bit outside of what their particular primary care is focused on or is treating.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm on the fence about the bill, so I want to play devil's advocate and just ask you, do NDs have hospital privileges? And if not, I don't think that they do. Why don't they?
No, we are not trained hospitalists. Again, we're not, our focus is to be in outpatient settings. So I'm not trained on, hospital level interventions. If you're septic, we're not treating those conditions, so we don't participate in hospitals.
So you stick to primary care, it sounds like. Okay.
Yeah.
And as it relates to primary care, I think it would be helpful to see maybe a chart or something in writing that compares what your training is for that versus a physician's training or any of the other prescribers, nurse practitioners. Obviously, I've been supportive of your profession through the legislature over the years, but I need to better understand this particular topic. And so if you could maybe help with that through the subsequent activities around the bill, I'd appreciate that. And then just one quick question to the ND in purple. I'm sorry, I forgot your name. It's late in the day. You had mentioned the patient whose thyroid had an issue, and I'm just curious, what medicine would you have prescribed for that patient?
Levothyroxine.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Seeing no more hands, we'll proceed now to a panel of opponents. Would be Dr. Wise, Padmini Ranjangine, sorry for the mispronunciation, and Renee Bovell.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Madam Vice Chair. I did not wake up this morning welcoming the prospect of opposing the Vice Chair's bill, but here we are, and I appreciate you hearing our counter arguments, if you will. I was here when this law was originally passed, and the whole fabric of it was to be an alternative to traditional medicine. And I mention that because the requirements for licensure as a naturopathic doctor haven't changed since that time. They've been the same. So I think that tells you that what was true then was true now in that regard. And all of this about a formulary was considered back then. And the legislature came up with exactly what you have before it. And I'd suggest to you that because those requirements haven't changed or increased or become more rigorous, you should leave it exactly the way it is. I want to clarify a couple questions here that all sort of run together. The fundamental difference between a medical doctor and a naturopathic doctor is that medical doctors are required to do a medical residency. Dr. Ranasinghe and Dr. Bovell are going to talk to you about the importance of that. A couple other points to make. We have in the state, just between physicians, PAs, and nurse practitioners, about 50,000 authorized prescribers. Adding 64 naturopaths, I don't think is going to make a major move in access. And I say that looking at this map, which shows where the naturopathic doctors in the state are located versus where primary care practice is located. And I cannot find one naturopathic doctor that is not overlapped by many other medical doctors. I'm respecting your time because I know you have dinner, and we want to get there too at some point, but I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Ranasinghe or Bill Bell, whoever would like to go next.
I'll go. I'm Dr. Padmini Ranasinghe. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and the HGO Committee for giving us the time. I'm the president of Maryland Medical Society, MedCai, speaking for them. We strongly oppose this bill due to significant concern about the patient safety. Medical doctors, as you all discuss here, they need to have a minimum 3 years of residency, even in primary care physicians. Extensive hand-on experience in diverse settings. This ensures that physicians are well prepared to handle complex medical situations and including medication side effects. And then, unfortunately, this is not a part of standardized requirement in naturopath training. It's predominantly, as discussed before, outpatient-based training that further underscores the risk of expanded prescriptive authority, may not recognize serious conditions that require immediate attention. In the hospital, while I work with residents and medical students, we sometimes look at the side effects and say, oh, we may need to change the medicine. That's done in patient setting. And then also, in regards to hours of clinical training difference, naturopath requirement is about 1,200 patient care clinical hours versus MDs and allopathic, osteopathic is 12,000 to 16,000, 10 times. This highlights the difference in preparation between the two professions. While we wholeheartedly respect the whole naturopathic doctors in complementary care, expanding their prescriptive authority without ensuring necessary training, I think it's a risk for patient safety. Lastly, I'm not representing Hopkins here. As an internal medicine and preventive medicine public health trained physicians at Hopkins, I cannot prescribe ketamine, that this is Schedule 3 drugs that naturopathic scope is requesting. This responsibility exclusively managed by pain team at Johns Hopkins because of the nature of these drugs and potential side effects and after effects. So finally, I would ask to oppose this bill. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and HGO committee members. I'm Dr. Renee Bovell, a practicing ophthalmologist. Naturopaths focus on holistic and natural remedies, which is the nature of their practice. Although they receive education in pharmacology, they are not required to undergo postgraduate training in the complexities of drug interactions, which are critical components of safe, effective medical prescribing. In contrast, medical doctors undergo extensive training, including years of rigorous medical school and accredited residency programs, which equip us with a deep understanding of human physiology, pharmacokinetics, and the potential risks associated with pharmaceuticals. For example, during my 4 years of residency, I treated a veteran that was prescribed a beta blocker. Several days later, he presented with shortness of breath. If I did not know that beta blocker side effect, I would not have known to stop that medication. Instead, the veteran may have become sicker or cost our healthcare system substantially more in an unnecessary workup or worse, in emergency care. I have also treated patients with Stevens-Johnson syndrome, which is a side effect from certain antibiotics, which could be prescribed under this bill. This horrible syndrome can result in blindness. Treating people requires that the clinician be aware of side effects, be able to recognize them, and have the ability to treat and refer in a timely manner. This ability comes with the 12 to 16,000 hours we receive. Under this legislation, naturopaths could prescribe Schedule 3 drugs which may lead to moderate or low physical or high psychological dependence, such as Tylenol with codeine, ketamine, and hormones. Schedule 4 drugs can be addictive or create a dependency, such as Xanax, Tramadol, Valium, and Ambien. Schedule 5 consists of drugs such as Robitussin, Phenergan with codeine, and some seizure medicines. Naturopaths do have a role in our healthcare system, but they are complementary providers, not a substitute for a physician. Physicians are not perfect either, but having naturopaths prescribe drugs beyond those already identified in the law is not in the interest of our patients, and for that that reason, we ask for an unfavorable report on this legislation. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee? Delegate Kaiser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question's for Mr. Wise. I know you had a lot of reasons to be opposed to the bill. I'd like to focus on just one of them, that we haven't done it this way before. Can you defend that statement? Just because we made a decision 20 years ago and haven't changed it yet? You're speaking to a committee where all but 5 of us wouldn't have been members many years ago. So I'd like to understand the rationale of we haven't done it that way before, so that's how we should continue to do it forever.
Sure. As I said, I think my point is that the education and training required has remained the same. And this question, certainly you can consider it as many times as you want, but the basic underlying facts behind that decision the first time haven't changed. Maybe you would look at those same facts and decide differently. That's not for me to say. But I think without some significant increase in the education and training, such as requiring a residency, as these 2 physicians have done, I think you should reach the same conclusion.
Okay, Delegate Woods.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. My question, I think, is it Dr. Boville?
Boville, yes.
Boville. Thank you all so much for your testimony. My question for you is this. You made a significant statement about having to know the side effects of a medication. Are you saying that naturopathic doctors do not learn the side effects of medication?
I am saying that knowing and experiencing, seeing the side effects comes with time. The more time, side effects may be rare. Every patient isn't going to have a side effect. So if I see a patient who has been prescribed an antibiotic, I see 100 patients, they may not have a side effect. But if I see 500 patients, I'm going to see some side effects. So the long breadth of experience that we have allows us to be more able to recognize and treat side effects.
Thank you. Follow up, Madam Chair? So I guess what I'm trying to understand, I certainly understand what you're saying. Time tested, you'll see more because you see more patients. But my question is, are the naturopathic doctors, are you saying they are not trained to see and recognize the side effects?
I don't think that if you haven't seen something, you may read it in a book, perhaps, but seeing something versus, reading something in a book versus seeing something is totally different.
Can I say something? Yeah.
Someone else had a question. I'd have to yield to you.
I'm not sure if I'm being clear.
I hear what you're saying, but I'm still a little challenged because in my own experience, and I have some real ones, I've had my primary care physician didn't notice or recognize something for years that a naturopathic doctor did. So I hear what you're saying. I totally respect and receive what you're saying. Time-tested attributes, that's real, but I think it goes both ways. And so I just wanted to be very clear in my understanding of, you say if I see 500 patients, I'm going to see it more times. My question is, statistically, is it really a big difference?
I think it is. First, let me say I'm very sorry that you had a side effect and it wasn't recognized. Seems like you're okay now, so I'm glad for that.
Well, I don't know. Some of my colleagues may kind of question. Yes. I think they still question sometimes, but all right.
I think that may be an unfortunate experience one person could have versus another person. I certainly respect the patient who was here, I don't see her, who had that horrible experience with the miscarriages and all of that. I'm just talking general, everybody put together.
Yes, I understand.
And I can't comment so much. Okay, I'm good. Thanks.
And I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Delegate Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Mr. Wise, this question, I guess, is for you. I'm reading from the Board of Physicians information letter because they have authority over the naturopathic doctors. And they're talking about how we set up the naturopathic dispensing formulary, naturopathic doctors formulary commission, but that the commission, although it meets a couple times a year, it really can't make changes to the formulary or recommend changes to the formulary. And then they go on to say we should just eliminate the commission. And I guess what I'm wondering is what would you think about giving that commission, I'm not sure why they can't make the authority to make some recommendations to the board, some authority to approve a few Schedule 5 or Schedule 4, because saying that we have no bad outcomes when you haven't been prescribing stuff doesn't say a lot to me. And I'm not sure we want to test people until we see bad outcomes.
I'll go in reverse. If we have some identifiable drugs as opposed to a sweeping authorization of Schedules 3 through 5, we'll certainly take a look at those. But you bring up a good point about the Formulary Council, which this bill, by the way, deletes. And I find that to invite bills on a regular basis to this committee, because if you eliminate the Formulary Council, somebody has to make a decision each time that a drug is to be added, and guess what? It's going to be this committee. I don't know that you want to be put in that position. So I think you should leave the Formulary Council in place. If there are other, I think, non-CDS drugs where the naturopathic community would like us to sit down with them, we'll have that conversation. And maybe that's something that the Formulary Council then recommends to the board. But I think it needs to be really vetted in a different environment than during the legislative session with 30 days left.
Thank you.
Hutchinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for the doctor, the president of MedCai. I may have misheard you, but did you say in your testimony that you can't prescribe ketamine? And if so, why can't you prescribe ketamine?
At Johns Hopkins, it's highly regulated and very concerning effects can happen to the patient, including respiratory depression. So as a hospitalist, I see patients, if I need the ketamine, I have to consult them. It's totally regulated, and because of the safety concerns and the side effects.
But under this bill,
Asking IV line, IV insertion, and also ketamine, part of the request.
Thank you.
Delegate Bagnall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Wise, you just triggered a thought in my head when you said that you thought that we should retain the board, the Naturopathic Doctors Formulary Council, the Naturopathic Doctors Formulary Council, because we have a letter from the Board of Physicians who have not taken a position on this bill, but they do speak to the fact that that the board has to recruit members. They have to hold these biannual meetings, and currently the council has no authority to make any changes to the formulary. So what would you foresee the role of the formulary council to be?
And I've spoken to representatives of the board about that letter, and I think what they are saying, and you can certainly, Delegate, as you know, verify what I'm about to say with them, but they say that because of the limitations put on in statute, namely, this is on page 5 of the bill, the formulary may not include prescription drugs or devices, controlled substances, that there's really nothing for the Formulary Council to recommend. So it's not that it doesn't perform a valued function. They're sort of saying that their hands are tied by the statute the way it that it currently reads. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but our point is, if there are some limited things on here, drugs that they want to sit down and have a conversation about, which I would put under the prescription drug category, not the CDS category that I just read. We'll have that conversation. I don't think it's that the council couldn't serve a valuable function. I think it's that they are saying that because of the current restrictions being so broad, there's not much for them to recommend.
And knowing that, if I can have a follow-up, and knowing that that is the case, have you had that conversation? Knowing that we had the bill hearing today, have you had that conversation?
We have not, but if I can expound on that, we were contacted about the bill about the beginning of session, okay? And I will compare it to other bills that we have worked through successfully as MedChi over the last couple of years. And I'll cite you an example, the physician assistant bill, which was about a 100-page bill that was passed last year. That was a subject of multiple years of work and a lot of orderly discussion, which I think everybody here will agree, things can be a little disorderly at this time of year. And I don't think that's a proper environment to have a calm, thoughtful discussion. We'll have that, but I don't think presenting that to us at the beginning of session was necessarily the best way to go about it.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming to talk to us about this bill. And forgive me if this question was asked, I had to step out for a little bit. But do you know if other states allow the naturopathic doctors to prescribe controlled substances? And if so, have there been any complaints in those states on prescribing the controlled substances?
Yes, I do have an answer for that, but Delegate Johnson, you may also want to know that there was a syndrome named the Stevens-Johnson syndrome that was mentioned while you were out of the room. I didn't know if that's what brought you back in. There are 8 states that allow limited CDS prescribing. 2 of those are done under the supervision of a physician. Okay, so that's really 6 states. And then the second part of your question.
If you knew if there were any complaints filed with the naturopaths prescribing controlled.
So I don't have a scientific study, but I knew this question was going to come up. I went on the state of Oregon's Board of Naturopathic Medicine website just yesterday to look into this. I pulled off just in 2025 2 orders related to which contain charges of negligent prescribing. So, to say that there's this small number of complaints, this did come up earlier, by the way, but to say there's a small number of complaints is fine, but let's consider the context. There's far fewer naturopaths than there are physicians in the world, far fewer cases, and the complexity of those cases is less than a cardiologist or an obstetrician. You could go down the line. So I don't think it's really a fair comparison when you look at that.
Okay, sorry if I made you repeat yourself.
No.
But thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, seeing no further questions, thank you all for your patience
and
endurance today. I really appreciate your, and Steve, we're going to keep working together.
Yeah, we'll find a bill we're on the same page.
Right. I would like to call back a panel of favorables. I'm going to call Steve Toth, Dr. Andrew Wong, and Dr. Anna Sata. And who'd never like to get started, that's great. Go ahead. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee.
But thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Dr. Anna Sata, and I'm a conventionally trained ICU doctor, a general surgeon, and I'm also certified by the Institute of Functional Medicine. And I want to classify just based on the discussion. This is a bill about prescribing authority. It's not about whether naturopathic doctors are medical physicians. It's just prescribing authority. And I was practicing all in the intensive care unit all through the height of the COVID pandemic. And there we saw just how severe chronic disease played into the mortality that we were seeing in acute COVID. And it was fairly obvious that as a healthcare system, we needed to have a better plan at addressing chronic illness in our patients before they got sick enough to need the ICU. With that in mind, I think naturopathic doctors are particularly well suited to address the comprehensive needs of patients who have chronic diseases. They complete a similar 4-year medical degree to the one that I earned in my training that includes extensive pharmacology training. And they have a focus on preventative care as well as lifestyle and nutritional training that honestly was not a part of what I learned in school. Now, I did go on to residency and I did do other things, but I did not learn that. And imagine a patient who has diabetes who's initially reluctant to receive prescription medications, so they seek out a naturopathic doctor to receive alternative treatment options. That provider is well trained to explain to that patient how you can use diet and lifestyle, but you can also incorporate medications to get the best outcomes. And if that patient then realizes, yes, okay, they want to do both, without the prescribing authority, the patient now has to jump through a bunch more hurdles, find another primary care doctor, which is not easy, to get access to basic prescriptions like metformin or statins or blood pressure medication. And honestly, I think that just replaces an undue burden on those patients. Since the pandemic, I've had a chance to work with several naturopathic doctors. I've always been impressed with their thoughtful care, and I have absolutely no reservations about their ability to prescribe responsibly and safely. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Dr. Andrew Wong. I'm a board-certified internal medicine physician, graduate of Tufts and Georgetown for internal medicine. Over the past 17 years, I've been in clinical practice as a hospital doctor, as a primary care doctor at Johns Hopkins at a nonprofit medical center, now my own private practice in Potomac where I practice primary care. I'm also fellowship trained in integrative medicine at the University of Arizona. I have a deep knowledge of the naturopathic medical profession, having worked over the past 14 years with naturopathic doctors directly as coworkers, as a supervising doctor, as a collaborating doctor to 6 naturopathic doctors in Maryland, and also as the only naturopathic medical residency director in the States. I will attest that naturopathic doctors are highly trained. They're science-based in their fields. They know the difference between their boundaries, when to prescribe, when not to prescribe. Obviously, they can't prescribe right now, but they're going to recommend, coming to me. And, I'm seeing patients all day, so I have to see these extra patients because in order to legally prescribe that, to a patient, I'm going to have to see that patient myself. They're especially strong in preventative medicine, reproductive medicine, women's health care. And I'm really impressed also with their knowledge of the medical literature, the dosing, when to use things, their interactions between drugs and supplements, which I think a lot of, us conventionally don't have. And, right now, again, in Maryland, our naturopathic colleagues must refer to me or Dr. Satal or other doctors, allopathic doctors for an extra consult, which provides time, effort, and financial barriers to care. And let's face it, a lot of patients don't trust doctors. They don't trust us, so they're going to go to natural medicine and go to naturopathic medicine. And for that naturopathic doctor to really see a patient with a blood pressure of 190/70 and can't prescribe medication, that patient may never go back to an allopathic doctor. They may suffer a stroke, go to the ER, and die because they couldn't get access to that medication. So I am in strong support also of this legislation, and I thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Tote. I'm not a resident of Maryland. I work in the District of Columbia as a registered pharmacist. I've been compounding prescriptions for 37 years. And I'd like to talk to you from a pharmacist's point of view. Back about 10 to 15 years ago, Washington, D.C. passed regulations that naturopaths could prescribe medications. At first, I was unaware of what a naturopath was. I had my doubts. It's all new to me, and I bet there's a little out there that says it might be new to you. So I'm here to tell you and share my journey in the enlightenment of what naturopathic doctors can bring to healthcare from my point of view. Blood works, dietary changes, nutritional and other supplements, appropriate prescriptions. I see them day in and day out at my pharmacy. So, with an open eye, I began to fill prescriptions. And I saw firsthand what the focus of the treatment was. I noticed the prescriptions were written well, accurately, and effectively understood and could read them, which is unusual. Then something amazing happened. I was getting compliments from patients, how these naturopathic doctors changed their lives. And it's at that point that I started to embrace the Naturopathic Society. In conclusion, over the last 10 to 15 years, I must have filled 10,000 scripts from naturopathic doctors. I can attest that they're competent, safe, and well-needed practitioners in the district. I've personally seen it, professionally and personally. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Louise Cord, and I'm a patient of a naturopathic doctor. I reached out to a naturopathic doctor in October of last year. In March of last year, at my annual physical exam, I was diagnosed with a precancerous condition. At the time, my primary care physician, who, by the way, just in light of some of the conversation, is Cornell trained and rated as a top DC concierge doctor, said no need to reach out to an oncologist at this point, just to retest in September. I retested in September. One of the cancer markers significantly deteriorated. I asked him then, should I go to an oncologist? He said, no, let's wait. Let's retest again in your annual in March and then decide. Concerned by the results, unsure what to do, I sought out good health and preventive approach and reached out to Dr. Casey in Bethesda. She took one look at my results and said I needed to see an oncologist and recommended that I reach out to the one with whom she works closely. He ordered a bone biopsy, which came back revealing multiple myeloma, which probably was already present in March of last year. I am now in a treatment in a clinical trial at the University of Maryland Medical Center with a very strict protocol. I have really appreciated how Dr. Casey has reached out to the pharmacist in the trial to coordinate the care that I am receiving. She also had provided me with some herbal treatments to help me manage oxidative stress and also to address my osteoporosis. She wanted to make sure that all the herbals that I were taking were consistent with the 6-month chemo and ultimately CAR-T or immune therapy that I'll receive in the fall. That led to some back and forth and some changes in the herbals that I was taking. Oh my goodness, I will be very quick. I just want to say how much I appreciated the ability to combine and get the best of cancer treatment, but also at the same time to focus on prevention and my overall health and well-being. In closing, I want to say I worked for more than 30 years at the World Bank on global poverty and inequality. Now, as someone who's retired, I look to improving health outcomes in my community. The bill that's before you today will make the state more competitive and will allow naturopaths to function to the best of their ability and serve patients like me to the best of their ability, and will reduce strain on our already high-burdened healthcare system by focusing on prevention. Look forward to having you support this bill to expand health outcomes and well-being for all Marylanders. Thank you for the work that you do.
Thank you very much for sharing your story. It means a lot to us. Is Dr. Paul Faust here? Oh, you want to come on to the table before I ask for questions?
ahead.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Paul Faust. I've been practicing in Towson as a naturopathic doctor since 2001. Nearly 24 years of experience and more than 25,000 patient visits. When Maryland finally licensed naturopathic doctors, I was honored to receive the first naturopathic license in the state. All those years ago, before my graduation, I remember sitting in my clinical director's office, and she said to me, "Don't bother going back to Maryland. It'll be too hard to practice there without licensure." I did go back. When I got here, I met with the only other naturopathic doctor. She was packing up and ready to leave and was going back to Seattle. She told me, "I just can't do it anymore." I understood her frustration, but I stayed because Maryland is home. And at the time, my 4-year-old daughter, I wanted her to grow up among family and friends. I stayed for my patients and because I believed change would come. Licensure has transformed patient care. Before, my patients were outside the medical system. Now I can openly collaborate with their physicians and specialists, and those same doctors refer patients to me and I refer patients to them, which ensures continuity of care. Licensure has also allowed me to order lab tests and diagnostic imaging, eliminating delays and providing comprehensive, not fragmented care. But one major barrier remains. Without prescriptive authority, we cannot provide our patients with the complete care they need when they need it. Every week I see patients with basic infections, from sinusitis to bronchitis to UTIs. All they need is an antibiotic to prevent escalation. But instead of treating them, I have to send them away. This increases costs, it delays their care, and it adds a burden to an already overwhelmed healthcare system. We are not asking for something beyond our training. In fact, NDs are extensively trained in pharmacology and prescribing. This is within our scope. It's just time now for Maryland to take the next step and recognize this. What we are asking for is simple, to give our patients what they deserve when they need it without unnecessary delays. And I urge you to support HB 867. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks for waiting here. Questions from the committee? See Delegate Ross and then Delegate Lopez.
Thank you for your testimony. I think with all of you, with your credentials, this is a very balanced picture. And for me, it's been very clarifying, so thank you. I just want to say, and then I'll ask a question, but I just want to say that I think, to me, this is not about, or at least at this point, it's not about, maybe at the beginning of the hearing, the credentials of neuropathic doctors, their importance, the role they play, or any of that. Like, it's really just about the fact that currently in the state of Maryland, that limitation is there. They don't currently have that prescribing authority. And the question is just ringing for me, why not? And is that reason valid enough today, significant enough still today, that it needs to stay that way or not? Like, that's just the bottom line question that I've been trying to listen for, to hear the answer to. And I still feel like we're chipping away at it, but I feel like if this conversation was like an iceberg, the iceberg is still there. We've just chipped away at it a bit. So I think that's like the thing. It's not about the credentials or anything like that. I'm not going to speak for the committee, but I'm a believer in the outcomes that neuropathic doctors have seen. It's not about that for me. I don't know if this bill will pass or not, but if it doesn't, I would say it's probably because the answer to that question wasn't crystal clear. So, and due to no failure on anybody's part, just because this is a little bit more nuanced than it may have seemed in the beginning, at least for me. So this was great. Thank you all, because this was a very effective, I think, testimony. But my question is, did we get the answer to whether or not, or how many states do provide this authority and how many do not?
So if I can answer that, it's 14 states currently provide some statutory framework for prescriptive authority.
Thank you.
And I think to your first comment, part of the reason that this is such a big issue is I grew up in Virginia. I went to college in North Carolina. I went to medical school in Virginia, and then I moved to Maryland. And we don't have naturopathic training schools anywhere around here. So when I wanted to go into medicine, I've never heard of naturopathic medicine. When I went to my medical school training advisor people who were telling you how to get into medical school, this wasn't even, I'd never heard of it. I went all the way through residency and all the way through fellowship and into practice. And I was in practice for probably 6 or 7 years before I had ever even heard that there was such a thing as a naturopathic physician or naturopathic doctor, or that they had a 4-year medical degree. And so when you have a lot of people who say, well, what is this, or what's the difference between this and a regular doctor? Well, I think in Maryland, most medical providers have never interacted with naturopaths because we just don't have them in the state. But once I was aware of them and I started working with them one-on-one, I have been incredibly impressed with their scope. It's not hospital-based. It's not, it is different than what I learned, but it's incredibly beneficial. And I think the decision about, is it safe for a naturopath to prescribe metformin is very different than, is it safe for somebody to prescribe IV ketamine? That's totally different. I wouldn't prescribe IV ketamine in a clinic either, but we're talking about basic medications.
Delegate Lopez.
So I have a very quick question. It's probably a yes or no question that I probably could Google, but I haven't asked a question in a week, so I'm just going to go for it. So other people who are prescribers, like certified nurse midwives and nurse practitioners, do they have residencies as well? Is that a part of their training?
Generally not.
I'm a medical doctor. I'm an MD. I hired a PA right out of her schooling. She shadowed me for 2 months. She, saw me write prescriptions and see a lot of patients, but she was a brand new grad. She had no residency training. Typically, most NPs and PAs don't have, extra postgraduate training. I think some NPs go get a doctorate degree and get a DNP, but I don't think PAs do.
Yeah, so no relationship with prescribing status and residency training.
Yep. Residency is for medical physicians, which is different than saying, can naturopathic providers prescribe?
Gotcha. Thank you for saving me a Google.
Right, so the PAs don't have the a residency, and then they can just go ahead and prescribe on day one. That's right.
Seeing no more, we have 2 folks who have been waiting in our virtual waiting room. Thank you all for your endurance this evening and for your testimony. We really appreciate it. If we could pull up Dr. Carrie Baldwin-Sayer and Dr. Natalie Gustafson. We will hear from them. They're both in. I'm not seeing them. Okay. Dr. Gustafson, you want to go ahead? You're on mute, so. Dr. Gustafson? Okay. Someone take themselves off mute and start talking, please. Can you hear me? Okay, I don't think they can hear me.
I'm able to hear, but I don't want to jump in front of Dr. Gustafson.
Oh, okay. Well, since you're unmuted, go ahead, Dr. Baldwin-Sayer.
Madam Chair, thank you so much. Members of the committee, I'm Dr. Carrie Baldwin-Sayer. I'm a naturopathic physician and vice president at the National University of Natural Medicine, NUNM, in Oregon. My testimony is intended to highlight the education and training of naturopathic doctors. And some of this may be a bit repetitive, so my apologies. Naturopathic medical programs are 4-year graduate programs, as others have mentioned. NUNM's program includes 4,422 hours of total education, which includes 1,254 hours of direct student involvement in patient care and over 140 hours of didactic training in pharmacology. Students must pass 3 hands-on objective clinical examinations during their education, the final exam occurring after a year with their own supervised patient load. They must pass each examination, which includes pharmaceutical prescribing, to progress to the next level of patient responsibility. I will drill down a little bit on the extent of the pharmacology training. Students receive instruction in pharmaceutical prescribing throughout 6 pharmacology-specific courses, plus an additional 15 courses where prescribing is an integral piece of the course. As was mentioned before, 3rd and 4th year students then experience hands-on supervised pharmaceutical prescribing in a state-credentialed primary care clinic, where they treat very high complexity patients, including those with heart disease, diabetes, substance use disorder, and mental health conditions. After graduation, all NDs must then pass 2 national board examinations in order to practice. In summary, naturopathic medical programs prepare graduates to be competent, safe, and effective healthcare providers, and HB 867 removes an unnecessary restriction on the ability of naturopathic doctors to practice. We are rigorously educated and trained to prescribe medications, and Maryland's law should be updated to reflect this training. I really appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Gustafson, if you want to go ahead.
All right, great. Thank you so much, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Natalie Gustafson, PharmD, and I'm an independent pharmacy owner in support of House Bill 867. I was asked to speak today because I've worked very closely with naturopathic doctors for over 16 years now. In Oregon, they have some of the most advanced prescribing rights, as was mentioned previously. That means I filled hundreds of thousands of prescriptions written by thousands of naturopathic doctors, and the safety record has been excellent with that. I'm also a chair of the advisory committee on prescribing for the Oregon Board of Naturopathic Medicine, and I've been a member for over 14 years. And to speak towards the concern for patient safety, we have not had any concerns brought to our advisory committee asking for any restrictions for prescribing in any way. In general, the concern is that naturopathic doctors don't have enough experience prescribing, but that's not what we've seen in Oregon, and they've been prescribing for a very long time here. We, as a pharmacist, it's my duty to look for a prescription to see, is it safe? Is it appropriate for that patient? And what I've seen is no difference between the providers for this. I'm not seeing the issues that have been raised by opposition with this. In general, I find that naturopathic doctors are very conservative in their approach. They do tend to focus on a holistic and natural approach. But being able to prescribe means that they can help their patients reduce medications burdens as appropriate, which is a huge issue in this country. It streamlines, simplifies, and improves patient care by being able to do this. And in Oregon, this has been key for us with the practitioner shortages, because we have way more NDs in our state because of the ability to prescribe. We have over 1,200. And for the disciplinary, mentioned, there's a handful of cases per year for that many, and it's very minimal. Look at the report on the percentages for that. In general, my patients love their NDs, me included. I've sent most of my family to NDs because they're amazing at what they do. So please vote yes today. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. And thank you. Thank you for your patience and for hanging around to talk to us. Questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, I think you must have covered it well because there are no questions. So with that, thank you very much for your time and your testimony today. And thank you all to everyone who is still here. You guys are truly the champions of good policy. No matter what side you're on, it's good to have the conversations. That concludes the hearing on House Bill 867 and the work before us today, before some of us today. If you are on the Insurance and Pharmaceutical Subcommittee, it is 7:05. I am going to open the Zoom at 7:20. So give yourself 15 minutes to relax for a minute. With that, I will. We will adjourn for the evening. Thank you all very much. Take us.